Talk Shoes. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 38, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about the long-awaited Season 4 premiere, The Beginning of the End, episode 401. And how long has it been? It's been like 12 years since the last Lost episode?
12.
If I count right. Is it 12?
12 something.
12 something, I think. So congratulations for everyone who's listening. We've all made it through that long, dry period without Lost. I'm sure we all remember standing on the other side of that, thinking, how the hell are we going to get through it? And
it
somehow
seemed like forever.
It seemed like forever. And it was forever. And that really made it seem like forever. It being forever. That kind of happens sometimes. And so anyway, interesting episode. It's not what I expected they would do, but I overall enjoyed it. Gene?
Siskel?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, just wasn't sure. Thought maybe it was another Gene. I don't know.
Simmons.
Yeah. I don't know. It wasn't what I expected either, but it felt different. Like season 3 already feels sort of, it doesn't feel like season 3.
Mm-mm.
Something's different. I don't know, but
Charlie's death.
Yeah, but so far I think it set itself apart from season 3. It was a much less down-to-earth episode than what I got used to in season 3.
Yeah, and it's really sort of, they've changed the direction of the show again. Season 2 started with, now it's about the Hatch. Season 3, okay, now we're seeing the others, and now we're on, it's the aftermath of losing a big member of the team. Everyone hates everyone, people don't know who to trust, now they're splitting up.
Yeah.
So it's like they're going in this different direction and, post others, they basically defeated the others.
I know, that's what I was thinking. The others are really superfluous now.
Yeah, they basically toppled that regime. They've captured its leader, so they won. Checkmate.
Again. God, yeah.
Yeah, so they killed like all of their security force.
Mm-hmm.
Their army basically, and all that's left is the civilians.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, I was watching that episode the other day, and he didn't say men, so
He said what?
If you Ryan was that Ryan?
That was Ryan.
When he said, I'm going to take my 10 best, he didn't say men.
Oh, he just said best?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
And they
because there were women.
There were women, and
yeah.
When we
none of them was the sheriff or whatever.
That's true, but technically one of them.
Yeah. It's the same kind of. I remember seeing a shot of a woman, creeping, and it reminded me of season 1 when we saw women when they would come kidnap people and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Back when you saw those, that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah. No, I just I don't know. I had remembered it differently. I was okay, well, whatever, guys.
So, The Beginning of the End, any thoughts on the title, besides the obvious?
So, it's apparently a line. I didn't remember that line, but I ended up rewatching season 3 and finishing the finale a couple hours before the episode came on, and so I heard that line really close to it, and I was like, oh, okay. They put it in the previously on Lost, too.
Yeah, Ben says it in the previous episode.
So, as far as thoughts on, I'm guessing, my best guess here is that this subject that they're bringing up in the flash forwards, and sort of the events that are happening right now are sort of the you know, I don't know. Somehow the start of the plot that's going to take us to the end of the show.
Yeah, and to me, I think it's also kind of a tongue-in-cheek meaning, like, we're seeing the beginning of what the end of the show is, you know, like the flash forward stuff, like the story that's the starting point of that story, which is the end. So it's the beginning of that, you know.
Yeah, I think it means that too. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, all right, I guess we'll just go through our patented scene-by-scene recap.
Awesome. Oh, you know what I have to say? No.
Something interesting, I hope.
No, well, I was really surprised that this was a Hurley episode.
I expected it to be Jack or Kate.
Yeah, exactly.
Or maybe Locke.
Maybe Locke. There's a few people. It doesn't seem to me like very many people can get a premiere episode, and I wouldn't. I wouldn't put Hurley in that group. They really surprised me with that.
Yeah. Well, apparently he's really important to what's going on, so
apparently
it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's his time to shine, you know.
It is.
Yeah,
it was nice for him to get like in the story for real.
It was like his another Numbers or something. You know? Like a really good Hurley episode
where he really ties into things and he's not just like bullshitting around, which he has been doing for a while.
Yeah. He did a lot this episode. Jorge had a lot to do, man.
He really did.
He really acted his butt off. He was like, every scene is something different going on.
Yeah, it must have been weird.
Yeah.
He's got all the hard work to do.
He's got all the heavy lifting.
God, man, yeah. I remember he had a blog at one point, right when they started filming, and I was like, you're not doing anything right now. You can't have anything important in the first few episodes. Wow. So yeah. Anyway, I guess that's all. It just really caught me off guard, and they fake you out too, like they always do.
Oh yeah, I knew. Yeah, you got to know the fake outs coming.
They faked us out a couple times.
This was one of the worst fake outs, though. It was pretty lackluster.
Oh, compared to the previous one, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, but I'm glad they didn't try to do it again. Not like all the way.
Yeah.
They let it last for about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Well, and it just didn't even make any sense. I didn't even buy like that was supposed to be on the island because we've never seen a pyramid of like mangoes or whatever that was.
Right.
You know, if it was something less like, I don't know, if it was just like a different kind of pile or something, maybe I'd have believed it. But like, I'm like, this can't be what it looks like. It's And then I thought, like, when the car, I guess we're starting the recap. Huh?
Oh. Yeah, we kind of moved.
That was a good segue right in. Effortless. Wow. So as we were saying, they start on a pile of were those mangoes or papayas or I don't know my island fruits. Yeah,
I don't know. I have they talked about mango before? I think they have. I think they're mangoes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say mangoes.
So when like the car like crashes through it, I thought, okay, this is some crappy like TV show. Are we watching like Expose or something? You know, because it was so cheesy. I thought,
it was really cheesy.
I thought the fake out was going to be that we were watching a TV show.
Yeah.
You know, and then it's like, oh no, okay, this is going on too long, and Jack is watching it.
Yeah. They were playing it for it was a really cheesy car chase.
It was very cheesy.
Which was weird. It was like, I don't know, for some reason on Lost, like a scene like that just feels wrong. Yeah. Doesn't seem like a car chase show.
No, it's not a show that they should really be doing car chases.
Yeah, so that was weird. But the second fake out they do is making you think it's Jack's flashback. Flash forward, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You know, by showing him, like, it seems like it's his thing. And then the focus shifts completely. Yeah.
Yeah, so they have Jack is watching the chase on the news, and he sees the car and recognizes it. and should mention that Jack is pouring himself a little morning pick-me-up in his orange juice. So this is obviously... Huh?
Is there a name for that drink?
Depends on what he put in there. If it was vodka, then it's a screwdriver.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Because I think he had one of those before.
Yeah. Those are good. If you like that stuff.
Yeah. Vodka, man, that's rough, but.
Yeah.
So we learn more later, but he's in pretty good shape compared to the finale.
Yeah.
Even though he's drinking.
That's the thing. This is the beginning of it. Like, he's starting to drink early in the morning. You know what I mean? Even though he's getting his life back together, but, like, it's a little hint about what's coming.
Right.
So we continue with the car chase, and, yada, yada, yada. We find out it's Hurley. And, the police try to arrest him, and he runs for it, and they grab him, and he says, don't you know who I am? I'm one of the Oceanic Six. So that's the first big mystery of season 4.
Mm-hmm.
Which do you think you know how the writers, sometimes they write lines, and with most of the impetus of writing that line is just to communicate to the audience.
Yeah.
Do you think, like, if we weren't watching, Hurley would have said what he said about that then?
No, there's no. I don't. There doesn't seem
to me, there's no reason to say that.
No, there didn't seem to be a purpose in him saying that.
Yeah,
and they have the cop later, like, bring it up, but.
Yeah. But that's the thing. He brings it up and it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's just like dead ends, and it's like, all right, no answer.
When you first see it, you think there might be a reason for him saying that.
Mhm.
But as it turns out,
we should give that phenomenon a name, because that's the same thing we've talked about before with, like, the, like, switch of information.
Yeah.
They need to switch it for it to work both, at two different points.
Right, yeah. When you don't know, it's fine. And later it needs to be something else. So just play it out. And
yeah.
Hope no
just all you have to do is, like, bring it up but not really talk about it.
Yeah. They love
and people,
that.
Yeah, and people assume, oh, they explained it.
Yeah. It makes it seem like they explained it.
Yeah.
That's a great trick.
We should call that something. It is a really fancy trick. The second scene, they're in the police station, and the detective is questioning him. He shows him a video surveillance tape from the gas station, and we learn that Hurley was, everything was fine with Hurley, and then he saw something, and then something that freaked him out, which made him start running away. We learned that the detective used to be Ana Lucia's partner, and I recognized him, but not from that, but from 6 Feet Under.
Oh, was he in 6 Feet Under?
Yeah, he was that episode when Claire, I think in season 1 when Claire goes on that backpacking weekend trip.
Oh, he's that guy.
Yeah, he's like the instructor who sleeps with her friend.
He's been in stuff, but
but
he was in the show previously. But I pretty much forgot about him. I recognized him from other stuff too, and that was probably the key one. I remember that.
Yeah. So Ana Lucia is not a name I thought we'd hear.
Me either. Caught me off guard.
Yeah, I'm like, you're who's what?
Is she still like?
Is she still relevant?
Does she still exist in this universe? Like, it was very strange to hear her name.
Yeah, that's the kind of, like, connection that they would have done in season 1.
Yeah.
That, like, when everyone used to be related, connected to something, someone else's something,
Yeah.
That's
that totally fell by the wayside in season 3.
Yeah.
They didn't really.
They didn't really do. They didn't. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't really have a lot to. They were too much. They're doing too much on the island, I think, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, and it just...
But it was like, he's this, and that Sawyer's that, and she met this person's this, and it's like,
Yeah.
But I guess they're saying, even in the future, it's going to happen still. That they will be all connected somehow.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Yeah. So, Hurley, he asked if he knew if Hurley met Anna Lucia, and Hurley says no, which is a lie, Hurley. You're a liar. Charlie would not approve of you being a liar, mate. So this is our first clue that Hurley is hiding something about the rescue. So building on the mystery of that.
And one thing that stuck out to me when I watched it again was how the cop says, you could have met her, before,
Yeah, he implied that he wouldn't have met her on their time on the island.
Yeah.
He didn't mention that. He said you could have met her at the airport, before the plane, or on the plane.
Yeah.
But he sort of implies that whatever their story is of how they got rescued, it doesn't include them being on the island for as much time as they have been.
Yeah, he pretty much. Yeah, I guess that's what he did. He implied that if she knew him, it would have been from before the plane crash.
And that's a very subtle, little thing. That was a good line.
Yeah, it was definitely subtle. I don't know. It passed me by, and then it stuck out, and I thought because they're not saying something about something, and so it's a little clue about that. I mean, I guess we'll get into that later. It's a big topic, but
yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Whatever. We'll have to talk about it later.
All right. So the detective leaves, and then Hurley hears some noises, and he looks at the window in the room, and all of a sudden he sees it's underwater, and then someone swims up to the window, touching it, and it explodes, just like what Mikhail did to Charlie. And the water comes in. Hurley freaks out, and the detective comes back in, and then basically Hurley's on his way back to the mental hospital.
Yeah.
Just like that. So once you see the episode and you look back, it's pretty obvious that it was an image of Charlie that he saw swimming, in the water there.
Yeah. I kind of thought that at the time, although it reminded me a little bit of 6 Feet Under. Again, God.
Really?
Yeah. The guy in the hoodie that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that reminded me of. Because you don't see his face; it's all covered.
Yeah.
And if you freeze frame the thing right before he touches the glass, you can see he has. They need you written on his hand.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, yeah, that makes sense.
I saw a little screen capture of that.
That's cool. So there's I guess that's the first part of that whole sub mystery. is Hurley's mission, or what Hurley has to do for whoever these people are, which are presumably the people who they left back on the island.
That would be the obvious guess, definitely.
All right, so next scene, we'll get more into that. Next scene, we're back at the beach. We're picking up right after where the season 3 finale left off. Hurley radios Jack, and they basically say everything went as planned. Did Jack look weird to you in this episode?
Kinda. I think his hair is different.
Is it his hair?
I think it is. I think it's longer on top.
Oh, something looked weird about his face. I didn't know.
Yeah, his face looks weird too. I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if it's older or he got thinner or something.
Yeah, he might be thinner. He does look different. It's weird. People change.
People change. What's up with that?
I don't know.
Stop the change. I'm voting for a president who's willing to stop the change.
That would be a scary president.
Okay, so Kate comes back. She couldn't find Locke, and she makes she makes one of those crappy lines about it's like he just disappeared, which I have to ask: are they trying to tell us he can really vanish like that?
Yeah, what
like
I thought
he's
was weird
manifested
about
that power.
If you remember from our finale podcast. We talked about that scene, how weird it was that he showed up and threw the knife in Naomi's back, and then he threatened to shoot Jack and then he didn't. But, then Jack has to make the call and the tone changes and we imagine him just kind of standing there I don't know what to do with myself. I just put it on the line to try to make this not happen, and now what am I supposed to do? Just stand here and, So I guess we're supposed to believe he disappeared after that.
Well, I guess the idea is he decided to go find, Hurley and Saeed and Sawyer to go enlist their help.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what he says later. So I guess we're just supposed to believe he
later.
left immediately to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know if he can really, we and then later, there's a little scene where it almost seems like Locke appears out of nowhere.
Yeah.
When he appears to Hurley.
Yeah, you're right.
So I don't know if they're setting up something, if it's a red herring, that a very subtle red herring, and it won't matter, or I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with him right now. But it was a weird thing when he just popped up. I just assumed. I didn't think it was supposed to be that crazy, but it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
Yeah, it's been little things, so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do. Jack says that he'll kill Locke if he comes back. Which, setting up for the scene where he tries to.
Right.
And then, let's see, what happens next? Blah, 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 people talk. Okay, so the next scene, it's back at the beach with Sawyer and Saeed and that group. And Sawyer wants to use the walkie to call Jack and warn them, but Saeed thinks that the people on the ship will be monitoring their communications. So they're arguing about that.
Did you skip some scenes?
Did I?
Well, how do they?
Oh,
know?
I did.
Is Desmond supposed to come back?
Oops, I skipped 4 scenes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
The pages on my little thing here got. Okay. I thought something was wrong. I thought, well, maybe we'll get into it somehow. All right, yeah. So the end of this scene was, okay, Kate says, are we really going home? And Jack says, yeah, we're really going home. The next scene is Son and Claire are changing Aaron's nappy. And Rose comes over to try to butt in because she's lonely.
Aww.
And you need some help, ladies? It's like, no, we're fine.
Analysis.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, time out for girl talk. It's like, what are the women of Lost doing? Yeah, it was weird.
Nappy. God.
And, Claire says Bernard's a hero, but Rose says that Charlie's the real hero, so she should sex him up next time she sees him.
That's how she put it.
Yeah, that's a quote. The next little scene, Ben is talking to Rousseau. He asks her to take Alex away. He's fearful of the people who are on their way over. Rousseau hits him when he calls Alex his daughter. Dun dun dun.
I was surprised. I didn't.
Surprised what?
I was surprised he did that.
Called him his daughter?
No.
Or said take her away?
To, get her away.
Well, he loves her, I guess.
I guess. I don't know. I never really got that sense.
You never got that sense?
No.
Come on. That whole stuff and all that stuff in season 3, like, did Alex ask about me? Like, all that, like, that whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's his way. I mean, he's not a very, like, you know, loving person, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He wouldn't really exude it a lot, but I think that's his way of you know.
Well, I guess because in the finale, you know, he takes Alex with him and he's like, I'm gonna deliver you to your new family. You know, and like I got the sense he was just disowning her, you know, like because she got Carl to go warn the camp and you know whatever else she did, I forget lots.
Well, maybe he was just overreacting.
Yeah,
he's prone to do that, you know. I think upon hindsight he might say, "Oh, I was just overreacting. I didn't mean that."
Yeah. Yeah. He does overreact, but I don't know. I didn't think he would do that. I don't know. The other thing that a few people have brought up, I don't know if we talked about it. I guess we talked about a lot of stuff, so maybe we did. But you know,
in the 13-hour podcast,
you know, yeah, Ben had shot Locke and left him to die, and he shows back up and like. You know, I don't know. They don't even exchange words about it.
Wow, yeah, but because it's towards the end when they're finally in the same area, and then it's all that hubbub. You know, it's the big reunion. So they didn't discuss like, didn't I shoot you?
Yeah.
You know. And see, but I don't see part of the reason I can see them doing that on purpose because I don't think Ben wants anyone to know he tried to kill Locke, and I don't think Locke wants anyone to know it didn't kill him.
Yeah.
So maybe they both were like, "I'll shut up, you shut up," kind of thing. You know.
Okay.
But we didn't. I mean, they obviously didn't show us that. They didn't really intimate that to us, but I'm thinking that may be what they're thinking.
Yeah, it might be. They I feel like they ought to have something in mind about it, but you know, I mean,
I think Ben will say something.
I do.
I think that's why he went with Locke. Actually, they're gonna. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
We'll get a scene with them walking in the jungle towards the barracks, and they'll talk to each other about that.
Yeah, you're probably.
They will do a scene with that.
They do that sometimes, like they're pressing
they'll save it for later. Yeah, they'll save it for later.
Going on, and then they throw it in.
I mean, Saeed has a whole cachet of questions to ask people. He's always the man who's like, "We'll talk about this later."
Yeah,
you know, like and then he asked Locke, you know, "Why'd you blow up the sub?" and he didn't get an answer. So he's got like 20 questions to ask. Like
he needs to write that shit down.
In his queue, man. He better remember all that.
He forgets. Cause in that episode with Juliet, when they're walking back from the barracks, he asks her questions, and he's like, you know, we'll get to this later. You know?
Yeah, he never gets to anything.
He never does.
It's like, okay, we'll get to this later. Like, what, are you busy now? Jeez. Yeah, Saeed, man, I think they should just kill him off. I'm tired of seeing them misusing him.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, just get him off the show or either use him, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe he'll die.
It's sad when we've gone to the point where we want him to die on the show to save his memory.
Yeah, exactly. I want him to get a good death.
Yeah.
If he gets a good death, I'll be happy.
Better than drowning in a hatch?
Yeah. No, Charlie's death was good, but Saeed deserves a better death than that.
Yeah.
I think. And if they give him one, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll have to be something crazy.
Yeah, I think he deserves to, like, you know, I don't know, find out something.
He deserves to, like, find out, like, a huge answer to something, and then, like, he, like, does something huge to, like, protect people or something.
Yeah.
Or to stop something, some sort of something that's going to blow up or, you know, some sort of computer thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Charlie got to use his musical skills for his death.
That's right.
So Saeed's got to use his technical skills for his death.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was his whole thing. It's easy to forget that, but he used to, like, mess with gadgets all the time.
Yeah. He was a gadgety guy.
I forgot all about that. It's been so long since
that's classic Saeed.
It really is. He got all kinds of just radios working. And
yeah, he got like stuff like those are just twigs. How did you make that? Like, what are you doing?
He helped rig that little like tracking system thing that they used when they took the raft out.
Yeah, and he was gonna triangulated the like radio tower.
Oh yeah.
He did some crazy stuff.
He did this, yeah.
With like some coconuts and like duct tape.
Yeah.
He like deciphered Rousseau's maps and like he was all over the place in season 1, man.
He had stuff to do.
Yeah, he had stuff to do.
And then like Shannon got shot and like you know
that really killed his. I think that somehow killed his like his ambition.
Yeah.
His desire, you know, to really get off the island.
Yeah.
You know, he just like really went to the background.
He did. Yeah, he hasn't been the same since.
No.
He had that good like run with Henry Gale and digging up the body and all that, but
and that was the last big time he cared.
Yeah.
You know, and then I think like he got betrayed by Michael, and he was just like, "I'm through with this shit." Like, fuck you guys. Like Shannon dies, and then he does the whole thing with Henry Gale, interrogates him, does all that shit, and like turns out like Michael's working with the guy, you know, and it's just like, fuck this, you know. Call me when the rescue boats come, otherwise I'll be over here. You know, but then there was those times, you know, when he and see that's the thing, like he hasn't been as proactive, but like but when he sees something, you know, amiss, he will step in and say something.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, when others won't. When
like the whole thing.
And act like cattle.
What was that part in season 3 where he warned Jack about? Was it about Juliet? Remember, like Saeed like figured something out. And there was that scene where they were walking on the beach, and Saeed was like trying to convince Jack of something. I don't remember what it was now.
He tried to convince Jack that Michael was a traitor in season 2.
Oh, is that?
Are you thinking of that?
Wasn't there something more recent though?
Like Jack wouldn't really talk to Saeed in season 3 because Jack was really suspicious of Juliet.
Jack was really suspicious of Juliet?
I mean, Juliet was really shit. Saeed was really suspicious of Juliet.
But I thought there was something where he like finally came to him to tell him something. I don't remember now.
He did talk to him right before the finale and talked him into. I guess Saeed was the one that talked Jack into trying to like get the radio to work.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
'Cause Jack was just gonna focus on killing the others.
Oh, Jack.
Like, he didn't even want to do that. Saeed was like, you know, this is the time to do it. He also talked Jack into leading the group.
Yeah.
Instead of staying behind. Maybe, are you thinking of either of those things?
Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know. I forgot he did that. Before I watched it, of course.
Yeah, wow. Saeed's behind the scenes, orchestrating everything.
Yeah. My favorite thing from season 3 that he did, I think, is, besides the old leg neck snap, is...
It's hard to beat that.
It is when they first got to the flame station and Mikhail goes to get tea and he reveals to Kate that he knows this guy is lying and that, you know, and then when he comes back, he's like, yeah, you know, they're talking about the boat, you know, they got our boat, and you know, and then he's like, but at least we killed one of them, and then he just sort of stares at him like, right? Isn't that good? That was good.
Who said that? Saeed said. That's fuzzy in my memory. See, that's why I should have watched season 3 again.
Yeah. He and then Mikhail realizes what's going on, and he's like, why are we playing this little game when we both know it has moved to the next stage?
Yeah. He becomes a grandmaster in some video game.
He does.
Young people, you shall test me now.
And the other thing that I liked from that episode is that, you know, Saeed gets shot when he approaches the thing, and then Mikhail's like dressing his wounds, and he's just been shot in the arm, and he's probing him and asking him questions. Who are you? Where do you come from? Just like, you know, he could have not done that.
Yeah.
And it was nice that, like, this, you know, because they get distracted by things and they can't be bothered to ask important questions.
Yeah, no, Saeed's a soldier.
And I was glad that he, you know, got stuff out of him. So I'll give him that. But most of the time, he really did just sit around and scowl.
Yeah. Oh, poor Saeed.
Yeah.
Well, that was a long tangent. Cool.
That was a long tangent. I don't know. I have a lot of season 3 stuff in my mind, so it might come out occasionally.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Wah wah. Okay.
Wah, wah. Yeah.
So the next scene, we're back at the beach. Juliet is apparently digging graves for her fallen former comrades.
Uh-oh.
And looks like a dead Tom is like right behind her. And
that's the other thing I thought was weird. Like over at Jack's group, like they're all just like sitting around like having a picnic, and dead Naomi's just like laying there.
Yeah.
It's a weird situation.
Yeah, I was like, someone should have really like thought to like. I guess they're just gonna leave her there, but you know, usually someone would have offered to like, you know, bury the body or something.
Yeah, it's just odd to have all those nice little moments, you know.
With the dead body right there.
Yeah.
They're used to it. Those people are totally desensitized to that.
I guess so.
That's how desensitized they are, where they can like, you know, change your baby's diaper next to a dead body.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. And
you know, gab with the girls, you know.
Oh, you're just so naughty.
Yeah, so I mean they've seen a lot and been through a lot, so that's nothing.
Yeah, I guess so. It's time to have a picnic.
Yeah.
Why not? All right. Anyway.
Okay, so. Well, here's a quick question.
Okay.
What is Ben gonna do now that Juliet's betrayed him?
In terms of what?
In terms of
her?
I don't know.
Or in terms of the others? In terms
of him and her. Like what? I mean.
You mean is he gonna like try to kill her?
Because she was supposed to go, you know, be working for him, collecting, you know, information about the women.
Yeah.
And then she switched sides, right?
Yeah. I wonder if that part's dead.
Huh?
I wonder if they're gonna try to like. I wonder if they're still gonna make a run at it.
If you wonder what?
If they're still gonna make a run at it.
Run at what?
You know, trying to kidnap the pregnant women.
Oh, I don't think they have any manpower to do that.
Okay. All right. But and the story of them like having fertility problems, like I wonder if that's like, I mean, they'll presumably mention it again, but you know, if there's going to be any development, or if it's just like that's the way it is, the end. I don't know. Like, is that story wrapped up? I don't know. It's just odd.
What, the other story?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so at all. I think the whole tangent, well, not tangent, but the whole plot line with Jacob, I think, is going to get us further into what's going on with the others.
Okay.
Because remember, we still got a whole band of others out there, supposedly going to the, where did he tell them to go?
Temple.
The temple. I mean, so that's a big place we got to figure out.
But do you think the fertility problems are going to be a big issue again?
Well, I don't know. I think the next time we might hear from that will be in regards to Sun, or if anyone else is pregnant.
Okay.
I think it could intersect as we get closer to this Jacob and other storyline.
Okay.
Okay. Because they got to talk about that. And Sun brought up her pregnancy as she was just gloating and in her face. I'm not gonna have my baby in the sand.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
All right, so did you answer the question? No, you didn't. I think we just talked about the question. So what's Ben going to do?
Oh, with Juliet, right. That was the point.
Yeah.
Man, I really don't know.
I mean, do you think, part of me thinks it was a plan. Part of me thinks, she went, yes, she went to go do that for Ben, but that was the last thing she agreed to do, and she was like, okay, after that, I'm not working for you anymore. So it's he already knew she was planning to trade sides.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that happening. So he might not care if he already knew that.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't have a clue. I don't know if he's I don't know what the others are going to do now.
I mean, Ben Ben has to have a plan, So I'm wondering, and I think once he decides to go with Locke, his plan is done now. He knows what he's going to do.
Is underway? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, his plan is underway now. So
I think him being with Locke is definitely his best bet, but
yeah, that's his best bet. That's the worst bet for everyone else.
It is. That's true.
I'm so surprised, Jack. Jack really should. Jack said earlier, I don't trust him, Ben with anyone but me.
Yeah.
And then he gives him to his arch enemy. His arch rival, and
yeah.
It's and I don't know if that was supposed to be a little nod to the fact that he kind of filed up the whole thing. Because that whole thing with Kate doing a better job than he did,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it was oh well, fine, what do I know? I guess I was wrong. So here, he's just gonna give up, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's maybe why he just relegated the responsibility.
Mhm.
Because he was because he did, basically what happens is he does all that work to make the call, and if he would have listened to Locke or even to Ben. But, because Charlie sort of verifies that he should have listened to them, and then, so that's, kind of mistake number one. Then, if what was the other thing with, the thing with Kate? Oh, that's the thing, yeah. So if Kate hadn't stolen the walkie from him and found the right trail, they wouldn't have gotten in touch with the boat,
Yeah.
Which is kind of the bad thing, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
On Kate's part, and that reminded me of in season 2 when Jack tells Kate to stay behind.
Oh no.
And she goes anyway and gets captured. Because now that was my point was Kate seemed like she saved the day, but it ended up seeming like a bad thing.
Yeah.
And it's well, fuck Kate. If you didn't go do that, that they wouldn't have rejiggered the transponder.
Yeah.
And found them, but
yeah. She thought she was saving the day.
She always does. She always thinks she's saving the day.
Oh.
And that's the problem.
No.
She's I don't know. Like Don Quixote or something. I think she is. I think she's like Don Quixote. She's a female Don Quixote. She's there's the dragons. Oh, Kate, that's just a windmill. Oh.
I forgot about that season 2 thing. It's been a while. God, I was pissed at her at the time for that.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll get into that more.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We don't really know. Maybe,
we don't really know if they're good or bad.
Maybe that won't be, like, the big problem.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot. I mean, I feel like this episode set up like a game of musical chairs, because we kind of know how it ends. We kind of know some people who are grouped together in the end.
Yeah.
But they're not in those groups now.
Yeah. And that's
and it's
weird.
like, how are those pieces going to fit by the end, to the where the future is.
We have to try to fill in a lot of gaps in the story.
And we can do our ideas later for what all the Oceanic Six are.
Yeah, we'll have to do that. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
At least we know 3, maybe.
Yeah.
I feel 100% certain about 2. And the third one, I don't know. Anyway, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we might know, well, we could know up to 4 people.
Yeah,
potentially.
That's true. I agree, yeah. Actually, I would say with a possible 5.
And I would say the 5th person is likely.
I would too. Yeah.
And by the 6th person, it's anybody's guess, I think.
Yeah, the 6th person's tough. Tough. Because if we hadn't seen this flashback, I never would have put Hurley in there.
Yeah, I would have kept Hurley on the island if I had a choice. If I was thinking about that, I wouldn't expect Hurley to go back.
No.
But we should have known in that scene. When I don't think it's come up yet. When he's talking to Bernard and tells him he's got all the money, and like, once I get back, I won't have it anymore. I'm like, oh, Hurley, I don't think that's true. You haven't been gone that long. Like your money's gonna, you've got lawyers and stuff. Your money's gonna be somewhere.
Yeah, it will. He could maybe choose not to pursue it.
Yeah.
But then it's just like, I don't know. You could have just given it away,
Yeah, it seems like if you think that would have gotten you out of the curse, then why didn't you just give it away? Before.
You're not.
But I guess he he did. He was on the plane right after he tried to investigate the whole curse thing. So.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so Juliet was digging graves. Hurley tells Bernard he's rich. This is where we are. Wow, good segue. Wow.
Didn't we go over this already?
Yeah, we just talked about it, which is perfect because we were going to talk about it anyway at this point. So Hurley wants to do a cannonball. He's like, blah, blah, blah. I want to do something silly for the audience. And Bernard says, you want to do a cannonball? Cannonball. That's my favorite Bernard line ever. You want to do a cannonball? Cannonball. Love that. I love that. Because he, made cannonball a verb,
Yeah.
Which is great. If you want to do it, do it, I love that.
Yeah.
Cannonball.
That probably is one of the best Bernard lines.
Yeah, it's just like a notch under Razzle Dazzle. It's like it's got that same sort of quirky quality to it.
Yeah.
Cannonball. And then of course Hurley runs, unfortunately in slow motion, and cannonballs into the I didn't get what they were doing with that. I couldn't tell if they were being serious or not. It seemed like a poignant moment, but the look on his face and how he was running, it seemed like he was playing it for comedy.
Yeah.
And with Bernard's send off, cannonball.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if they were being really serious or not. It was weird. They had the serious music, but it's just I'm like, what are you guys doing? Why does he have to run like that?
It had the classic the classic romance music where the two run to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
yeah.
And that made it seem like it was supposed to be comedy, but it kind of seemed like it was supposed to be poignant too. Like, oh, Hurley's having fun. He doesn't know that Charlie's dead, and
exactly.
Things are going wrong everywhere.
On cloud 9, and now he's
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if they meant that seriously or not.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
It was.
They kind of played it straight down the middle.
Yeah. They did. Poker face.
Yeah, choose your own emotion.
Yeah.
So does the cannonball. Let's see. And then in the distance, we see Desmond coming back from his adventures down under. And he tells them something's wrong, that they aren't who they say they are. Hurley screams for attention and asking where Charlie is, and Desmond intimates that he's dead.
Yeah.
So when once he was on top of the world, Hurley is now at the lowly bottom.
Oh.
That, my friends, is tragedy. Classic. The next scene, we're back at the at the tower with Jack and the gang. The sat phone rings. George Minkowski tells them that they need to rejigger the phone, the technical term.
Yeah.
And and that it's best if Naomi does it. They say that they're looking for Naomi. I'm sorry. They look around for. They say she's gathering firewood.
Right.
And then he hangs up.
Oh God, they hang up a couple times.
It's like when in doubt, hang up. Which is the worst thing to do when someone's asking you a question about something. Like where is she? Oh, just hang up. Like that'll satisfy them. That just makes them want to know more. So anyway, they look around for Naomi and she's gone. And we see that Ben has obviously seen what happened to her, but he's not telling, because Ben holds a grudgy. He's too much immature. Oh, Benny. But what are you gonna do? Next scene, we're back at the beach. The guys with the most testosterone argue over whether or not to radio Jack and warn him about what Charlie said. Okay, where am I next? Okay, so this is the part, sorry, I got lost before. Saeed wants to call them, but thinks that the guys on the ship, Minkowski and his people, might be monitoring their communications, which I gotta say, it's a plausible idea, but I feel like he's wrong, because they couldn't get the sat phone to work before the signals were switched off. And they can't even get a straight signal now that there's no interference from their own satellite phone.
Yeah.
So I'm like, they can't get their own specific technology to work. I'm like, are they really monitoring your radio communications? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's a valid idea. It's
worth worrying about.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if it's true either.
Yeah, but you could say, Jack, I don't know. Is there no way to communicate something's wrong without saying something's wrong?
Well, maybe.
I just thought, I'm like, why was that not an idea? Let's just call him and, because Saeed was just worried about them finding that out, but it's like, well, let's just tell him something,
Yeah.
But Hurley just has to show that he's really upset, so he comes and grabs the walkie-talkie and throws it into the water, which is something I think Locke would have done if he was around. Very Locke thing to do.
Totally Locke, yeah.
Or if he had a little dynamite, he would have just blown the walkie up.
Right.
Oh, I love that line from Saeed later. You blew up all of our chances, literally.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, no need for metaphor here.
Yes. We can speak plainly here. So the next scene, we're back at the tower. Rousseau comes to tell Jack that she's found Naomi's blood trail. Jack wants to take Ben with him because he doesn't trust Ben with anyone else. Claire tells Jack that he looks worried. He says he's just worried about missing the ride home. And I'm thinking, like, or maybe it's because, like, the woman who came to rescue you guys is stabbed in the back and, like, fleeing in the jungle.
Yeah.
Which might ruin your chances of getting a ride home.
Yeah.
You should be worried.
Yeah. He's trying to be strong.
He's trying to be the strong leader. Oh.
He's my hero.
Oh. Christian's smiling in the background, I'm sure.
That's my boy.
That's my boy. He, like, pets Vincent on the head. That's my boy. Good doggy. That's my son over there, ain't it? Why is he? I don't know why he's, like, Southern now.
I didn't raise no dummy.
He done learned from all my dear mistakes.
Yeah, you just turn Southern when you start.
Yeah, somehow he was. Somehow him petting the dog in the jungle just made him Southern. Like.
Yeah. Sipping some lemonade.
Yeah, a little country time.
Is that what they drink in the country?
Why not drink country time lemonade? I don't know where else it comes from. If it's not from the country. Maybe they have fresh squeezed, probably.
Nah.
So Kate comes up to Jack and says she's found a blood
squeeze. No, this is country time.
Country time. Better.
Sorry. Go ahead. I hadn't thought about country time lemonade in a long time. So deal with that.
It's blast from the past, I'm sure.
It is.
Yeah, it was the most bitter lemonade ever.
Yeah.
It was a very good lemonade, but it was only lemonade in a can, and if you just so happened to want a can of lemonade, that was your only choice, and it was just really sour.
It wasn't.
It wasn't very. It didn't taste like lemonade. It was lemonade never tasted like this.
No, it was. There was something wrong about it. It almost seemed carbonated. Yeah,
right? It was really, really I don't know, weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kate comes up to him, says she's found a blood trail too, and she thinks that they should follow both, but Jack disagrees, and gives her a little crappy smile, and so she thinks she hugs him, and later we find out that when she hugs him, she grabbed the sat phone from him, another one of Ben's secrets that he keeps in The Grudge, starring Benjamin Linus as Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Oh God!
I don't know what movie that is.
Yikes!
It's not Michael Emerson playing her.
It's a fictional character playing an actress.
Yeah, he's playing an actress in a remake of a remake. Best movie ever, I think. He has to have a blonde wig on the whole time.
Of course.
Yeah.
I wish I knew what she was like, so I could think about what that would be like. But
I don't know either.
What her feel is.
Yeah. He could just make a lot of veiled Buffy jokes.
Yeah, I guess
that would seem really out of place. This is The Grudge. Why are you making Buffy jokes? Okay, Sarah Michelle Gellar, we get it.
And why is Sarah Michelle Gellar involved in
Yeah.
I don't know. You need to explain that.
Okay, so the next scene, we're back at the beach. Everyone grabs a gun. I didn't realize what was going on in this scene until I watched it again, and it's everyone grabs a weapon.
Yeah.
As they head out. And, I thought they were just kind of gathering supplies, but no, they were specifically getting weapons.
Yeah.
And so they set out to go warn the other Losties. So we flash to the future. We're in Hurley's mental hospital. And he just gets owned in Connect 4, which, didn't he used to be good or something?
No, he won.
Did he win?
Yeah.
Oh, the other guy won.
No, he won. He said, what did he say?
I thought he said, you just owned me.
He said, Man, fuck.
He did not say man fuck.
Where are we? Oh, is this it? Yeah. You almost got me that time. How about best out of 7?
Oh, see, I thought he said how about best out of 7. I thought he said that because he lost. You almost got me. All right, so it's interesting they bring the Connect 4 back up. You know, there was a whole thing about that. Years and years ago.
That was a big deal.
Which seemed to make some sort of sense. The whole, like, if you count the numbers of spaces and then highlight, the lost numbers, the pattern it creates. Remember that whole thing?
Oh, I forgot. What does it do?
The pattern it creates looks like the star, the constellation pattern of like this screen cap in like this random episode.
Man, those theories,
but I think it was in numbers though. I think it was a screen cap in numbers, so it seemed to fit and like. It was like, why? It just totally seemed to make sense, but like they have never brought it up. They've never ever gotten close to saying anything about that.
No. God, man, yeah. Theories used to be like that. It's just like, yeah, and that matches up with this constellation, and
yeah, exactly. So that's what planet that they're on is in that solar system, and like.
Yeah, it was, and the pyramids are arranged like this because the others originally, they helped. It's just like, what? And they figured out the secret of time travel is that if you make this pattern, and that's what the numbers mean, and it's just, oh man, they stopped doing that at a certain point.
Yeah, well, as like we said before, the longer the show goes on, the more we learn what's in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
So season 1, anything was up for grabs.
Yeah.
Seemingly, because it was lost. There was all kinds of crazy shit going on.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they brought up a bunch of stuff, and it seemed like it could go in a lot of directions.
Mhm.
But,
it didn't.
It didn't. It went in no directions.
It didn't.
So, yeah.
Oh, waste of time.
Yeah. Thanks, Lost.
Thanks, Lost. So speaking of Lost, the nurse then says that Hurley has a visitor, and so he goes over and he meets this guy whose name I don't remember. What's his name?
Matthew Abaddon.
There we go. And who says he's a rep from Oceanic Airlines, and that he feels bad about Hurley's situation. And wants to give him an upgrade to a better facility. Of course, Hurley sort of thinks about this and says, "No, I'm fine where I am." And then the guy says, "Are you fine? You're in a mental institution." And then so Hurley gets suspicious of the guy and asks to see his business card, which, like me, he doesn't have on him all the time. And the guy checks, and he doesn't have him on him. He says, I think I left him at home. He just kind of gives an excuse. And then he sinisterly asks, are they still alive? Or something like that.
Yeah.
And Hurley freaks out, and the guy leaves. That's that scene in a nutshell.
What? You heard me.
You heard me, Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, so this guy, the actor, was on Oz.
Oh, yeah?
He played this undercover cop who, goes into the prison, to like crack down on the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And he pretended to be like a Jamaican guy, and he ends up getting into it too much. Like he starts using the drugs, and he gets strung out, and then he like kills somebody, and eventually he confesses and goes to prison, and the part of the prison where they keep cops, and then some more stuff happens.
Which is not on the show, is it? Is that on the show?
What is what on the show?
The part of the prison where they keep cops.
Well, they showed it. They showed it while he was there.
Okay.
But yeah. Once we didn't know any of the characters there, they didn't show it anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, a bunch more happens with him, but it was just weird to see him. Like
Yeah, to walk in the door and like, I know you.
Yeah. It was like, you TV actors, man, they're just so.
Dude, they're everywhere. They just go from one thing to the next, and it's like if you watch enough TV, you will see everybody. There's only like 20 actors in Hollywood on TV. There's literally only 20. People don't know that. There's only 20 working actors, and
his character
just
while he was like undercover was cellmates with Harold Perriner's character.
Ah.
And yeah, there's.
So that's how he got the job.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. It's just weird. It freaked me out. And I didn't because on the show, he fucks up, but he's not evil. He just kind of got into it too much, and so I just sort of inherently trusted him when he showed up. I was surprised when he started saying stuff.
Well, see, I inherently distrusted him because he looked like a sinister guy.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I just thought, oh, isn't that nice? He's here to help.
No, because it didn't make any sense. We want to give you an upgrade. Why would you? It didn't make any sense that, once a company settles with you, they don't come back to try to, give you more stuff. You know what I mean? So that, when he first said, I want to give you an upgrade, that didn't make any sense to me. And then when it was are you okay? You're in a mental institution. It's you wouldn't say that if you're really trying to help him. So by this point, I was already something's up with this guy. And then when he didn't have a business card, that's when you really know.
Yeah, that's when I started getting, suspicious. And
yeah,
I think Are They Still Alive clinched it. But who is he?
He probably works with, I don't know. He could be a whole new organization for all we know. But I would say he might be with, I don't know. I guess I got the sense he was with, Winkowski's team or something, or someone who knew about that operation.
Okay.
Minkowski.
Yeah.
Or Widmore. I mean, Widmore has, that's been one of the options of things for a long time because they've never really talked about it much more than that. So it's we've still got that chip to use, but, it hasn't really worked out before.
He's not ruled out. I still feel he's connected to the Bow people somehow.
Yeah.
Even if it's indirect. I mean, they knew about Desmond and Penny. I feel like they have something to do with Widmore, even if he didn't order it.
Mhm.
But he is still on the table, and I think he could legitimately potentially matter. I'm almost certain that Hanzo has no part to play.
Mhm. That reminds me of something I thought. When Penny says, who's Naomi, I was thinking, what if the only reason she said that was because she knew the team that, Naomi's team, she knows the team, but Naomi's sister was the one that she knew or something.
Oh.
And they tie her sister to the person who Penny knows.
Mhm.
I thought that'd be really boring.
That would be really boring. I mean, I find it hard to believe that. I don't believe that they are. If they are who they say they are, I don't see, what's going to go wrong here.
Well, I think they can be who they say they are and still have sinister motivations for being there.
But they wouldn't come from Penny, you don't think, do you?
Well, it could be that, Penny was looking for people to hire, and the people that she, her dad got to them first, or someone else got to them first.
Okay.
And so they're double, they are looking for, they are, sort of sent by her or whatever. But, I mean, I don't really think that. I mean, I think that could be a possibility, but I don't really think, I don't think it's Penny's boat. I mean, they might trick us, but that's what they want us to believe, so.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, yeah, I can't if it's all on the up and up. But yeah, if that's the case, then then I would have to believe that somehow they have motives that aren't hers.
Mm-hmm.
Which comes to almost the same thing. It's just that technically it is hers.
Yeah.
But yeah, but if they,
because it was such, the reason we think it's not her boat is on such a small, quick thing. Who's Naomi? It's just like, what if Naomi was new to the team or something?
Yeah. I know. We talked about that. She also said she's not on a boat, but that's another one that you.
Yeah, she doesn't have to be on a boat.
No. It was weird. She said what she said wasn't conclusive enough.
It wasn't at all, and that's the thing. That led to Charlie, his dying message being this whole thing, and so there's a lot of weight being placed on that, and if they're wrong,
Yeah.
And it could be something really ridiculous, like they are wrong and they just scare these people off. And then after the people leave, they realize that those people were good.
Yeah.
There could be some just filler like that,
Yeah, I guess it could be. It's hard to know.
Yeah. But, all right, so...
Because they do like to switch things up like that.
Yeah, they do.
With the others, we were trying to save her and all that bullshit, just imagine, I don't know.
But that turned out to not be true, right?
And this is what we get, and...
You talking about the Claire thing?
Yeah.
But I thought that wasn't true.
I don't know what it was.
They said that. And yeah. But didn't Juliet lie about that?
Well, the problem is she lied about some things, but it's not clear whether that was a lie or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was the Mikhail problem too. He was lying about some things, so how much of what he said was lying?
Yeah.
Calls everything into question, which I feel like some of it's supposed to be true. But I feel like we're supposed to believe that, even though it doesn't seem plausible to me.
Yeah.
And even though she was she was being devious about Claire being sick at the moment, I feel like we're still supposed to believe that's what they were trying to do.
Yeah, and I would buy that they would try to do that. They were really interested, not for just because it's someone else, but for their own sake.
For their own sake, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be about her. Sorry, Claire.
Sorry, Claire. Those bangs are pretty, but,
anymore. I don't think Aaron's important anymore either.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised they're still using a real baby. Well, they just get a doll or something. We won't mind.
No, I don't know the difference.
I won't really care. Just show them all wrapped up all the time, and no one will know. Why are they paying for a real baby? And seriously, maybe
you know how much babies cost.
Baby actors are at a premium these days with the economy this way and the writer's strike.
The baby market has been since fourth quarter 2002.
Yeah.
Everyone knows this.
There's never a better time to invest in baby than right now. For a limited time, you too can get into the baby buying market. Okay, now we're selling babies. All right, only in the Lost Lowdown could you buy some babies. But we stress, babies should only be used for acting. Any other sort of purpose, it's up to you what they do. We can't guarantee any success, but our babies are specially bred for acting.
They're Bactors.
Yes. We also represent some very very emotive fetuses. If anyone if anyone's doing a show where you need a good fetus on a sonogram, we got one that can do tap. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I just alienated like 90% of our audience. I've offended everybody.
They will smile for the camera, but I have to warn you.
They have no teeth. Or lips. Oh, that's awful. Wow, that's awful, man. That's awful. That's awful. We went too far with the babies, and we went even further with the fetus. All right.
Oh, God. Oh, that's so creepy. Oh, the fetus smiling at the... Okay. Woo. Anyway.
Yeah.
I agree. And
yeah.
On the same.
So long story short, they should just use a plastic baby.
I agree. In the same general realm, I noticed when I watched the finale that Hurley had Vincent on a leash when they were walking across the island.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just disappeared. I mean, Hurley eventually leaves, but I don't know.
Well, Hurley went to go get the van, right?
He did, yeah.
I think he tied Vincent to a tree somewhere.
He just tied up out there.
Like, I'll come back for you later, dude. And he forgot. I gotta do a cannonball, man. I'm Bart Simpson, dude.
I didn't think he could do a cannonball. I mean, on a normal beach.
That's the thing. They found a little cliff thing, a little, elevated part.
Yeah.
Because on a normal beach, it's like all you can do is run into the water and jump. It's not really a cannonball.
Yeah. To go out far enough where you can really do a cannonball, you have to get so deep that you can't jump anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just why bother? But yeah, I guess somehow he found what he needed. I guess.
Yeah, he ran towards it. He knows that beach pretty well.
Yeah.
He knew where to go.
Yeah. But I just wonder, what Vincent's supposed to be up to.
Well, we'll find him somewhere doing something, talking to some dead person, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess so. It's always something.
It's always something with that dog. Okay, so we're back in the jungle. They're Sawyer and that gang are on their way to meet the other Losties. Sawyer asks if Hurley, wants to talk about Charlie, but he's not ready to. And, my question is, why is Sawyer being nice?
Sawyer was being really nice.
Yeah, what happened to him?
It was weird.
Because he, emotionally, I mean, he's on the downslope of what's the end of season 3? Killing Locke's dad.
Yeah, killing the real Sawyer.
Yeah, which was a big thing.
Yeah.
What happened to him after that? And then the stuff on the beach, of course.
Well, that was pretty much it. He went back to save them.
Okay.
And I mean, Hurley had the bus and then or van or whatever, and then
the Hurley mobile.
And then he came over and helped out. He was the one who shot Tom, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so he should be in a pretty non-usual place.
Yeah, no, I think he is. I mean, he even offered to go back and help them. I mean, that was kind of weird for Sawyer anyway.
Go back and help who?
To go back and help Jen, Said, and Bernard.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, yeah. By that time, he definitely, I mean, we've definitely seen a big change in Sawyer,
Yeah.
And maybe,
Yeah, they had that whole episode in season 3, where Hurley tricks Sawyer into being nice.
Uh-huh.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he's their leader now, although Jack gets back at the end of the episode.
Yeah, exactly. It's up to you to lead us now, dude. Oh, never mind. Jack's here.
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was weird.
It was weird. He made barbecue and the whole thing.
Well, it's a party with Sawyer as president.
It really is. So yeah, I think I don't know. I guess he has been different.
Yeah. So they. So anyway, Hurley gets left behind, and he stumbles. That's basically what happens. He stumbles upon what looks like Jacob's cabin. This is our first what the fuck moment of the. Maybe not the first. One of the big ones.
After some whispers.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. After some whispers.
Shockingly, the whispers show up.
Yeah. Well, he sees it first, and then he hears the whispers, and then the light inside comes on, and he goes, "Uh-oh." So, so that's a big thing. How this, Jacob's cabin sort of just either it appeared out of or he just that's where it was. Somehow he found it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does seem to move later, but.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's, if it has, if it's really there, or if it moves, or if it can move if it wants, but it's usually in one place, or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the deal is.
We'll talk about it.
The location looked different.
Didn't the building look different?
The building looked different too. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a different building.
It definitely looked different.
I thought it was a different building.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the same, but it doesn't look the same.
I thought it was I saw that and I'm like, well, maybe it was just the angles, because when they showed the first one, it had some weird angles on it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I thought it looked I'm like, wow, are there people living out here? And he just, there's two cabins out here,
Yeah.
And there's some old people or something living there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's supposed to be the same. So
it is. They just, I don't know. I don't know what happened. If they made a different set or whatever, but it doesn't look the same.
No. Okay, so the next, we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
When the big stuff happens.
Yeah, this was just a teaser.
A little teaser. So the next scene is Jack, Danielle, and Ben trying to track Naomi. They discover her blood trail ends. So what happens now? I can't tell what my notes say. Oh, so basically Ben tells Jack that Kate took the walkie and she found the right trail. But of course the bright side is at least someone knows what they're doing, which is a nice little jab at Jack.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, we get proof of this. The next scene, Kate's in the jungle, following the blood trail, and the satellite phone rings. Minkowski asks, for Naomi, and Kate says that they're looking for her, which is true.
It is true.
And he says, "What do you mean looking for her?" And of course, when in doubt, hang up.
Yeah.
She hangs up the phone.
What?
Why can't they why aren't they faster thinkers? Why can't they come up with something to say we're looking for her because she went to go get firewood earlier, and she doesn't know this area or something. I don't know. They'll just hang up. At least say, huh? What? Where's who now? You're breaking up. See, they don't even fake it either. They don't fake I'm losing the signal. Oh.
No, he didn't even try. Just click.
It's funny. It's funny because they kind of had this duality with Kate and Jack, and she kind of did everything right, but she got to the sort of same point as Jack, and with him asking questions on the phone, and she just did what he did and hung up. She was like, "Oh shit, I don't know." So then suddenly Naomi crashes down on Kate from a tree because, and it's just not only did she get stabbed in the back, but she crawls herself out into the jungle, creates a fake blood trail, doubles back, and goes a different way, and then climbs up a tree.
Yeah.
No wonder she's dead after she falls.
Yeah.
She expended herself way too much. She could have lived another 20 hours if she would have rested, but she just I couldn't believe she did all that. She climbed a tree. With a knife wound in the back. That's gotta hurt. You need your back muscles.
Yeah, you do.
Ugh. Anyway, so she falls down on Kate, and Kate tells Naomi that it was Locke who attacked her, not them, and she gives Locke the phone, and Naomi talks to Minkowski, and she covers for them. She changes the tracking frequency as he asked her to, and then she says, sorry, George, just tell my sister that I love her, which is the last Naomi mystery. She can't die without leaving a mystery, folks.
That's right.
Gotta love that on Lost.
You do.
So I guess we can talk. I mean, do you have any ideas about what this whole sister idea is? Because I have one idea.
Well, presumably we'll see this person.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like who they are or what they'll do, you mean, or?
Mm-hmm.
No. What do you got?
Well, all I have is that maybe that line is code for something.
Oh, one of those things.
Just tell my sister I love her. Yeah. Maybe that's code, like, that means something to Minkowski, like these people are dangerous or be careful or anything like that,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just took it at face value, but yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We'll see.
But yeah, we'll see.
It could be just face value, but I wonder. But I would imagine that if it is its face value, we will see the sister, and what does that even mean? Like, why are they setting up a sister?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't.
I hope it's not just tell my sister I love her, and we'll never hear about a sister, and like it'll just be her saying that because she just has a sister that we never see.
And that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be bad.
That would be weird. It seems I would guess they included that for a reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to believe that at least. So yeah, I think either a character or code sounds plausible to me. I think I'm gonna. God, I don't know what to think. I'm gonna go with what I thought. I guess I'm gonna go with that she meant it.
I can totally see a scene with like, Jack figures out Minkowski like knows what happened to Naomi, and he's like, how did you know? And he's like, she told me about her sister, which is code for whatever. And those scenes where they just like explain everything.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Next scene, Hurley goes. This is a continuation from the previous one where the cabin appears, or Hurley stumbles upon it. Hurley goes up to the cabin and he sees a table with a lantern on it and a painting of a dog. The stuff we've seen before in Jacob's cabin.
Remember, yeah.
Then he sees a rocking chair, and in that rocking chair is Jacob, who, by the way, was wearing white tennis shoes, which is not the garb I expected Jacob to wear. They look like orthopedic tennis shoes.
Well, here's what I have to say about that. I don't think that's Jacob.
You don't think it's Jacob?
No.
Okay. The face to me looked like Jacob, but like everything else, I was like, why is this person wearing that?
The guy in the chair was John Terry.
Was who?
John Terry, the guy who played
John
Christian
Terry.
Shepherd.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Is that like a spoiler thing?
It's not a spoiler per se. I mean, his name was in the credits, and if you look at some screen captures, especially from they did a promo for the episode where you can clearly tell it's him. For some reason, in the version that aired, he's blurrier. But if you compare the two, it's clear that's who that is.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's Christian in the cabin, and then someone comes up to the window. We see someone's eye.
Yeah, now that, I think, is Jacob.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and here's why.
Okay.
In The Man Behind the Curtain, once Jacob starts doing his thing, there's the shot of him in the chair, yes, but there's also a shot of an eye that they cut to briefly during that debacle. And if you listen to the commentary, Damon or Carlton, I think Damon tells you that's Jacob's eye, and it's a similar shot.
Okay.
So I think that's who that's supposed to be, and so I don't know. So the picture I have in my head is Smokey and Jacob like hanging out in his cabin.
Yeah. The question is, I guess that all makes sense to me. The question, I guess, is why if that is Smokey, why is he in Christian's form?
Yeah. That is a question.
And I think obviously this is this is to be expected considering the last mobisode.
Yeah, that's true.
So now we know why they showed us that, because they were definitely picking up on that, which I think bodes well for other things in the mobisodes that we want to see more of.
That's true.
Okay, so we got Christian in the. Okay, that's really crazy.
It is.
This whole thing makes me feel like Christian is somehow different than Smokey.
Yeah, he might be.
I don't know.
He might
It's
be.
making me rethink the whole Smokey thing, because I just don't picture something thrashing through the jungle as a cloud of smoke, also hanging around, in like this human form. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I think there's something else going on.
It is weird. It's weird for it to hang around at all, but, I mean, if it's not Smokey, I don't know what it is.
I mean, unless, like, there's some sort of thing where... I wonder, could there be multiple Smokies? Like, maybe...
There could be.
Maybe like Christian is a Smokey, and like all the, you know what I mean? Like they can look like that. The Smokey that we've seen, like, kill people and do stuff, maybe like a different one or something, or like,
There was that whole thing in the Echo episode from season 3 about where Locke is talking to him, and he refers to the famous season 1 bit where he sees Smokey. We see him see Smokey from Smokey's perspective, I guess, and he's talking to Echo about it, and he describes it as like a bright light or something, and Echo's like, that's not what I saw, and at the time that sparked a lot of theories about like two Smokies, like a good one and a bad one or something like that. Which might tie in with Christian being like helpful in the mobisode. Unlike the other Smokey, who doesn't seem to be very helpful.
And it could tie in with, remember that time in season 1 when Smokey tried to take Locke in the hole?
Yeah.
That could have been the good one. Because Locke said it, wasn't going to hurt him. He felt it wasn't going to hurt him.
That's true.
But for what? It's like, but that didn't make any sense either. I mean, that doesn't really add up. Because it's that like Smokey really tried to get him later, or like,
Yeah.
That never really went anywhere.
No, I know. I don't know what he was doing during that time.
The only other thing I can think is like somehow these ghosts manifest themselves on the island, and they're not really Smokey. Like Smokey is something else.
Yeah,
and
now
they're just
the
their
scene
own
with
thing.
Charlie later is a nod.
Oh yeah, talk about that.
It's a nod in that direction.
Yeah.
Of a dead person appearing and not necessarily being Smokey. So that's a possibility too, I guess. See, now there's too many things at play. God,
Yeah, so that means that like, I mean that calls into question a lot of things.
It does.
But I don't know what else to do. It just doesn't seem like it all can be smoky.
The whispers are not the others.
Not the others, no. It's the whispers have something to do with Jacob, obviously.
I think we got to just put that to rest now, because...
No, that's, they're definitely not the others.
I think we already knew that, but like...
Yeah, we already knew that that they could be connected to it, but I think it's just in terms of how they're connected to Jacob.
Yeah. For a while, it seemed like it was all them, like, it was coinciding with appearances of the others.
Mm-hmm.
But that hasn't happened, it didn't happen in this case.
No, unless, yeah.
I mean, I don't think there were really any others in that area. So, but the others are connected to Jacob somehow. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, at least through Ben.
At least through Ben.
There's still a lot of questions about this scene.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess, let's see. And then the next part of the scene, of course, someone steps through the window. It's probably Jacob. And Hurley runs away screaming, "Help!" The cabin shows up, in the other direction behind him, and the door opens this time. Hurley closes his eyes and screams, that nothing is there, and then, then Locke appears, actually. So, I guess my question is, did Hurley just stumble upon the cabin, or did it specifically come to find him?
It is a question. Sorry.
Is it? Okay, good. That's
not what I meant to say.
That's a question. You didn't say it like that?
No.
Oh, okay. That's a spicy meatball.
Yeah, that's the key thing. I as I sit here, I start to worry a little bit that this is like the Walt stuff. Where they're just like fucking with us to no purpose.
Yeah.
It was a cool little sequence, but I do worry slightly that it doesn't necessarily have much meaning or importance. But I can't imagine. Although, based on the flash forward,
Yeah, I think that's where the evidence is.
Yeah.
I think, because they did the same thing where, Hurley learns out Charlie's dead. In the future, Charlie's back.
Yeah.
And I think in this one, it's the beginning. It's the beginning of her. The flash on the island. It's the beginning of whatever we hear about in the future. This Hurley needing to go help them.
Right.
And whatever he regrets about what he did on the island and stuff like that. So it seems like that's where it's leading. Like, Jacob is coming to try to find Hurley for some reason, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
I wouldn't believe that were possible if it weren't for the flash forward. But if it weren't for that, I would think he stumbled on it or something like that.
Yeah, and it's just like, why would why would it look like Christian? I don't even know what to call it anymore. I don't want to call it smoky because I'm not sure it is.
I'm not either. I don't know.
To Hurley, that's so weird. And why did Jacob look in the window like that?
I know.
You're gonna scare him away?
I have to. That was such a Japanese horror shot. When
that was what?
When he rises up from the window and they cut to the shot of the eye. That was a real. That was a Japanese horror shot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Classic. Just kind of appearing somewhere and then a shot of an eye. It's just, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it was crazy. So.
But yeah, I don't know if Jacob is trying to it did. He didn't do anything. Whatever did was appear.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if he really wanted to tell Hurley something, he failed. I mean, he didn't.
Well, it seems like Locke showed up and either ruined it or...
Yeah, maybe.
You know.
Maybe so.
And part of me was wondering if Locke had something to do with that place.
Yeah. There are those who believe that the eye was Locke's.
Mm-hmm. Like somehow Locke was in there and...
Yeah.
You know.
Hanging out. I don't know. But, I mean, after, last season, Walt appears and whoever Walt was supposed to be, I don't know.
I wonder if it was something, I mean, I don't really like this idea, but what if, Locke said after he, tried to kill Naomi and Jack didn't listen to him, he was going to go find the rest of the gang to come back for help, to convince, to help convince Jack of what to do. But what if Locke went to Jacob's? I'm trying to think of some way where he didn't know where, like, they were. And in particular, he wanted to find Hurley, and so Jacob, like, brought him to Hurley. So, like, when the door opens, Locke comes out of it or something.
Oh.
Yeah,
they do make it a point of showing the door opening, and then Locke appears shortly after that. So
yeah, so I don't know if like Jacob somehow like could transport him where Hurley was, or I don't know, or
it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know which way to go with that, but and that's the thing. Like I don't really want the guy in the window to be Jacob because I'm like, why is Hurley seeing Jacob?
Mhm. Yeah, it makes it seem
Locke
like
barely saw Jacob.
I know it was a big deal, and he didn't see him at first. And,
yeah.
Man, I wanted to say something about that scene when I watched that because, in the seemingly imaginary conversation that Ben and Jacob have, like there's something about that I wanted to bring up, but I don't remember what it was.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry, that's not that
helpful. All right, so you ready to go to the next scene?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next scene is Locke and Hurley. They're kind of taking a rest, and Locke asks if he's sure Charlie wrote "Not Penny's boat" in his hand, which I would like to know how he knew that. Who did he hear that from?
Well, let me see.
Because he shouldn't know that, from what I remember.
Let's see, where are we?
Unless we're supposed to believe he just told him that.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. They're sitting together. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking they had a conversation previously.
Yeah, they just told him that. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm like, how do you know that?
Right. Yeah, he really should not know that. Absolutely. Unless Hurley told him.
Mm-hmm.
Or supernatural explanation.
So Locke says that they've got to go talk Jack and the rest out of, connecting with the boat, and so that's their plan. The next scene, Hurley finds Sawyer and Saeed and the gang waiting for him at some new plane wreckage that we've never seen before. Where did that come from? I was surprised to see plane wreckage.
I mean, that was supposed to be, based on the conversation later, that was supposed to be the front of the plane that they went on in the pilot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why did they go there? I didn't catch that.
To get the radio.
What radio?
The radio in the airplane.
No, I mean, why did they go there in this episode?
Oh, in this episode, I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I remember that one. I mean, in this episode, why? Because when did they say that was that plane? That was that part?
At the very end, when Jack and Kate are talking, and he says, like, it feels like 100 years ago that we came, and he's referring to Charlie and her.
Oh, I heard him say that. I didn't catch the statement. Okay. All right. I was really just surprised to see plane wreckage, though. Like,
me too.
You know, because since they got it off of the beach and we never saw it since.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, they decided to stage like the big like get together there.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't look the same. It doesn't look like it did, but
yeah.
Like I don't know, the plane looks different. It looks like I don't know. It looks wrong, but that's what it's supposed to be according to the dialogue. So.
All right. So there's a plane wreckage.
They made it seem like they just happened to meet there.
Yeah. And it's like they make it seem like there's roads in the jungle because like they all like take the same routes and like wind walk right into each other. It's like, geez, come on.
Yeah. What are the odds?
Okay, so they find the gang. They find some lost here. Okay, so then Locke shows up, with Hurley, and he's of course not welcome. Saeed asks why he destroyed the sub, but right on cue, the other Losties come in, interrupting Locke's answer.
Why would we get an answer to that?
Yeah. Hey, there's no time to answer. Here's a heartfelt reunion. So everyone hugs people that they probably wouldn't hug otherwise. I'm like, are Alex and Juliet really close?
Apparently.
Like, just when did they hug each other? Like, I'm like, okay. I mean, I know you guys know each other, but like, when did you girls become sisters?
Yeah.
And then like, Sun like runs up to Jin, but Jin just like stands there, like, oh, it's you. You're still here, huh? Like he doesn't like go and embrace, like run up to it. He just kind of like stands there. But so anyway, Desmond sees Claire and he's gonna go tell her. And it's funny because right when I said shouldn't Hurley tell her, he goes, I'll do it. I'm like, okay, good. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Desmond, you don't get to tell her.
No.
He's number like 3 or 4 in line to do that.
Yeah. He could. He has some right to tell her, but
he's got some right. He definitely got some right. He was the last person to see him alive, and he tried to save his life a lot.
Yeah.
So
that's true. Yeah, they had a whole thing, but Hurley trumps.
They drank whiskey together, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
So that's all it takes to be informal brothers.
All 3 of them did actually, but
yeah. 3 amigos. 3 whiskey drinking amigos.
Yeah, they sang songs.
Yeah, so drink that whiskey straight. They where am I? Okay, so Hurley, says he'll do it, and then he goes up to Claire and basically just says he's dead.
Yeah.
How sad.
Very sad, as
very sad
15
indeed.
woman would say.
As who would say?
8:15 woman.
Oh, what did he say? Very sad?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The next scene, we're in the future again. We're at the mental hospital. Hurley is drawing a picture of a man who's presumably an Eskimo, since there's an igloo in the back.
Yeah.
Another patient warns him that a man is staring at him, and we find out the man is Charlie, or I should say Charlie appears. Depending on the interpretation of this scene. So we find out that Hurley saw Charlie at the gas station. That's why he freaked out before. Charlie confirms that he is dead, but he is also there, and he proves it by slapping him.
Right.
Which, if I was imagining someone and I wanted them to prove it to me, and they proved it to me by slapping me, I wouldn't believe it.
Me either.
Me
either. I would believe it when they go up and talk to somebody else.
Yeah, exactly.
That would do it. Because if you're imagining it, you can imagine them slapping you.
But even, I don't know, you'd actually, if I think about it, you'd need a lot of proof, because even if you talk to someone else, what if you're imagining that?
You could, you could never conclusively prove it, but I would be more convinced by someone else than I would by a slap.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for all you know, you could be imagining everything in the world.
Yeah. Well, I think the life would be a lot more interesting. But it's Hurley. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
So let's see.
And that's more or less what Dave did when Hurley saw him, and he tried to say, like, you're not real. Dave, like, did the same thing. I mean, I don't think he slapped him, but he, like, threw a rock at him, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the same, I don't know, you always have to, like, do some kind of...
Man, I tell you, we're going to find out that, like, Dave and Charlie were great friends, and, like, you know, and what's her name, you know, was Dave's wife.
Libby
was Dave's wife. And the reason they look familiar is because they hung out a couple times. And then, like, after Dave died, she got all depressed, and she wanted to, like, find Hurley, and that's why she was there. It's funny, when they said, like, you have a visitor, you know, that first time, I'm like, if this is Libby, I'm going to, like, vomit.
Yeah, that better not be Libby.
Yeah, if Libby shows up, I'm like, holy crap.
I did not think we'd see Charlie this season. I was surprised they brought him in.
I was surprised too. And Michael's in the credits, but we of course didn't see him.
Yeah.
So well, any guess as to what episode he'll be in?
And Dominic Monaghan's name was in the credits with the main cast too, which I thought was odd. I don't know if, like, there's some kind of contract thing where if they use him, he's still listed there, not as a guest star, or I don't know.
Maybe they'll just use him a lot. I don't know.
Or if we're actually gonna see a lot of Charlie.
Yeah.
Even though he's dead, which would be pretty weird, but I guess it's possible.
Well, people want their Charlie. They don't care if he's dead.
Apparently so.
People want their Charlie Pace. Okay, so Charlie says that he's dead. He's also there. He slaps him. Okay, so they sit down and they're talking, and Hurley asked Charlie if he was gonna die, you know, and what's weird about this is, you know, this is juxtaposed right when, you know, he's, you know, Hurley's delivering the news to Claire. So then you flash forward, you know, however many years this is, and, like, you know, and then he's that same, you know, the audience has that same connection, even though it's been all this time for him.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of weird. You know, you get to, like, see that the immediate outcome or another moment that's going to relate to this.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like he was, you know, it was on his mind because he just told Claire, but really it's been all this time, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's been like years.
It's been years, yeah.
And so to him, he didn't just tell Claire that Charlie was dead.
Yeah, exactly. He might not have asked this question first. He might be, you know, wanting to talk more about how you're really here, you know. Because it seems like, you know, anyway. It's a show.
It's a show.
So he asked Charlie if he's going to die, and Charlie says, you know, he just wants to save him the drama of all that. Charlie says that Hurley has something to do, and that's why he was running from him, because he knew Charlie was there to tell him that. And Hurley doesn't want to believe it, and he counts his eyes and closes his eyes and counts to 4. And, you know, Charlie starts shouting, you know, that they need you, you know, they need you, and then Charlie's gone. And that's another way to prove that it's a figment of his imagination, is to have him disappear on command.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
So where's the, like, what, how good is that slap now that you made him disappear with your mind?
Exactly, yeah. Like, why, like, you know, if you have the power to not vanish and you want him to believe you, you should just not vanish and just be there, and you could prove it to him.
Yeah, it seemed like he got, like, intense. It seemed like he knew he was about to disappear.
Yeah. Yeah, he knew. I think he did.
So, who is this really Charlie? Like Spirit Charlie, or
maybe
whatever?
Smokey bummed a ride on Hurley's brain, and now he's. I think this is really Charlie, depending on whatever the hell they're trying to do this season, because, you know, they've introduced this whole new thing about, you know, getting back to the island. You know, of course Jack said that last season in the season finale, but obviously that's a big deal, because now Hurley's going to be involved with who's ever back on the island. So I don't know. I really, you know, for this to really be Charlie, that means that he's a ghost, which, you know, I don't know how Lost wants to deal with real ghosts, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't really know if he's just a ghost. That to me, I don't know if they would go that way. I feel like there's got to be some other reason Charlie's there.
Mm-hmm.
And it could just be the island reaching out to Hurley mentally or something,
mm-hmm.
you know, or, you know, say the island. It could be Jacob or whatever.
The island / Jacob.
The island et al. So that's sort of what I'm thinking. It's something like that. I don't really think, I mean, even though the guy said, you know, the other inmate, I'm sorry, the other patient said,
inmate.
The other patient said, you know, that guy's staring at you, but he's, you know, he's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that's definable proof that someone was actually, you know, looking at him or something.
It's not, but it is kind of odd that they put that in there, and that in the other scene when what's his name visits the oceanic, maybe oceanic
Abernathy?
guy. Yeah, when Abernathy
Abbott or
when Abbott
I don't know what his name is.
You know, Hurley's sitting there, and then like the nurse comes over and says, you know, that someone's here to see you, and like he's already sitting down, and he sort of waves at him, like.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like,
I thought it was stupid for the nurse to be talking to him and then go, "Oh, I forgot you got a visitor." It's like, you know, why didn't you say that before?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the guy was already there. So maybe it was just like, you know, I guess what I imagine is the guy came in and sat down, and then the nurse, you know, said, you know, "Can I help you?" and or maybe, you know, I don't know. It could have played okay, you know, where he saw that he was busy and didn't want to disturb him, and had the nurse tell the nurse to tell him, basically.
Yeah, okay.
That's what it could have been, something like that. Because he should have checked in or something to sign in to be in that portion of the facility. So.
Yeah, he should have spoken to somebody, not just like walk in and sit down and they know who you're here for and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just not like somebody points out his visitors both times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, I don't know why they did that.
Yeah, well, I think the second time they're trying to make it seem like Charlie's really there. I think that's the big reason to point that out.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's like, you know, someone else can see him, so he must be really there.
Yeah. So do you think that other guy saw him, or he was just crazy saying stuff?
I mean, I don't really think Charlie was really there, but I think that they can do that if they want. Like, I think that's not out of the realm of possibility that there's some way Charlie was really there. But I don't think that's what they're going to do. But I think it depends on where they're trying to go with this whole thing. I mean, because now we're seeing Christian Shepherd every other scene now. So like, you know, it's like I don't know where they're going with this idea of these dead people being around. So, they could just be like, hey, you know, if you die on the island, or like, you know, your body comes here or something, or someone thinks of you, your ghost appears. I don't know how crazy they're gonna get. So it's hard to speculate at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if that's allowed. But it was trying to convince him to do something. It was very, you know, that's when the island, like, talks to people, like, that's what it usually does.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, Charlie said, and, you know, the other part of that, the other level of Charlie's reappearance was, you know, he said, you know, the reason you ran from me was because you know why I came back, you know.
Yeah.
So it's something that Hurley had been probably dreading or fearing or expecting or, you know, worrying about, which of course has to do, I think, the last scene he has with Jack playing horse, you know, the whole secret of what happened, basically.
Right, yeah.
Which we're almost to in a couple more scenes.
We're going to get to the secret? Great.
Well, we're going to get to that scene.
Oh.
Okay, so where are we? woman talking.
I wish he knew the secret.
Charlie is gone. Okay, so the next scene, we're back in the jungle. Claire asks what happened to Charlie, and Hurley says that he was trying to help us. And it's funny, someone on the board mentioned, that both, Jorge Garcia and Emily DeRavin, have to sort of, do the same thing, which is act sad about Charlie. And then, then I watched the episode again, and I'm like, it's almost like they're kind of competing, like who could cry more, who can frown more, no, but it's
pull the
weird.
most tears from the audience.
Yeah, and it's weird to get this scene because we've had like 9 months to be used to Charlie dead.
Yeah, we were set a long time ago.
Yeah, if this had been right after the finale, we could have this scene would have had a lot more emotional resonance.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But they have to be sad.
They have to be sad. Why can't they be sad, like, off screen and we get good stuff on screen? Like, they always, like, they never say, oh, people cry, guys, but we put it in the background so you don't see it. Like, they never do that. They put that in the foreground. They put all the, like, interesting stuff in the background.
I think we're supposed to care,
Oh, we're supposed to care?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I didn't know that. Well, now I care. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Now that I know I'm supposed to.
We're supposed to want to see that.
Yeah, oh.
Yeah.
So, okay, so Ben and Danielle return, and and it was like, where's Jack? And then Locke knows where Jack is. He's punching him in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. I'm like, okay, there's Ben, there's Danielle, where's Jack? And then a right jab from Jack. So Jack slugs Locke and then grabs his gun and points it at him, and then Locke says, Jack, you're not going to shoot me any more than I was going to shoot. Click. And the gun's not loaded. And then Jack punches Locke some more. So before we go on, so first of all, where did the gun come from? Did he get that from Ben? Or from Alex, right?
No.
Is that not the same gun?
The gun was from the ditch. It was like...
Gun was from the ditch, that's right. So, Ben did get that gun back.
Yeah, Ben...
Because he shot him with that one. He shot him with the one Alex gave him, right?
Ben shot him with Alex's gun and gave it back to Alex. And then Alex gave it to Carl, and then Carl took it to the other side of the island.
The gun scene around the world.
Yeah.
Wow, that gun got some mileage.
And eventually, I think Jen ends up with the gun, and...
Wow.
Yeah.
There should be, those like where'sgeorge.com site, it should be like where'sthegun.com. See who everyone who's had the gun in their hand. It's been like 5 people already, right?
Yeah. I don't know where it is now. I lost track of it once like they got captured, and I don't know what happened to it after that, but because like the others had a shitload of guns, so guns weren't an issue anymore, so they didn't like.
Yeah, they weren't really keeping tabs on it.
Yeah, pay as much attention to who had what, but.
So in the ditch, when Locke was in the ditch, he tried to shoot himself, right?
Yeah, it's like this weird old gun, but yeah, it's the one he tried to kill himself with, and eventually threatened Jack with, but didn't actually.
But and that's the other part of this is he says, I wasn't going to shoot you. I mean, you're not going to shoot me any more than I was. Presumably he's going to say shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
And is he saying that because he wouldn't in general shoot him, or he wasn't going to be able to shoot him because it wasn't loaded? I'm not going to shoot you because it's not loaded.
Now, the gun wasn't loaded then, but he did take a shot in the finale.
Oh, did he?
He took a shot at, like, the phone. Like, the phone's lying on the ground.
Oh, that's right. He did shoot at it.
So, at a certain point, it did have a bullet in it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It seems like he's implying it was never loaded, and so he was never going to shoot him. But,
yeah. Or maybe it had, or maybe it either had one bullet or more than one bullet.
When he was about to shoot himself, it was full. He opened it up.
Oh, okay. So we did get to see it.
Yeah.
All the bullets.
Yeah.
So it was full, and he tried to shoot himself, and it just didn't work.
Well, he didn't pull the trigger. He didn't actually shoot himself.
Oh, Walt shows up.
Walt shows up, yeah.
Okay.
And
you're gonna have to remind me of a lot of stuff.
And tells him he has work to do. And next time we see him, he's throwing a knife at Naomi's back. And
does he literally say he has work to do?
Yeah, he does.
Like Christian tells?
Like Christian says, yeah.
I'm going to throw up. All right, so... Okay, that makes sense.
So...
I mean, I'd like to think Locke was really saying he wouldn't shoot Jack in general.
Yeah, well, and I think that's true. I mean, in the context of the finale, it was a loaded gun, and he could have shot him and didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't think he wants to shoot Jack or would have. I mean, he really had a chance.
Where did all the bullets go?
I see. That's the thing. I don't know what we're supposed to think. Like he unloaded it himself, or he used it on something else, or I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to think about that. Where the bullets went, I have no idea.
Bullets with butterfly wings.
Because only one of them is accounted for. But it's a cheat because he didn't have to do it. Because he didn't have to actually do it. But I still find it kind of shocking that Jack was going to shoot Locke in the
I
face
think it's very, very shocking
that
he was. I think it's very indicative that he's gone through so much. He's basically lost it. He's operating on thin nerves and whatever that means. And that was. I mean, that's the thing. They can show him doing it as long as he doesn't really have to kill him.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're saying he would have done it in front of everyone like that it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. I mean, shooting him in the face at all is one thing. I mean, that's still pretty crazy, but everybody's standing around and you're just gonna have this guy on the ground and then all right, guys, I don't know how he plays that one off. I mean,
Well, I don't think he was. I really don't think he was planning to shoot him. But I think when Locke was trying to tell him what he wasn't going to do, I think that set him off.
Yeah,
I really think that set him off. That was because he's in the middle of saying you're not going to, I'm going to tell you what you're not going to do, and so that was just he just had to do the opposite of that.
Prove him wrong.
He just had to prove him wrong.
Yeah.
Because that's what Locke does. He goes around thinking he knows what's best for everybody. Maybe he does. We'll see in the end.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit ambiguous at this point.
Yeah, but he goes around saying, "I know what's best for everybody," and Jack was tired of it.
Yeah, and I would be too if I were him. But still, it's for Jack to do that is pretty intense.
And I think we're supposed to remember that he's operating off of, remembering that Locke recently blew up his ride home. So
that's true.
He's still got to get him for that too.
Yeah, I agree. But man, it's I mean, for me, Locke would have to do more than that for me to really believe Jack would do that.
Yeah.
It's bad, but it's I feel like he'd have to.
Well, he just killed a lady. I mean, they thought that he killed a lady.
Yeah.
In cold blood almost. Because they don't know why he did that. So it's he's just this loose cannon. He's blowing up everything. He kind of needs to be stopped if you look at it from the right perspective.
Oh, I agree. He's totally. I would be way nervous about him.
That's what Rose says. I'm not going anywhere with that man.
Yeah. That's even though he may be right, I just
and I think his plan makes sense. I think regardless of whether or not the people on the freighter are good or not, I think they should all go back to the barracks for protection and send Jack and some emissaries out to talk to these people and not expose the whole group.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That would be a good plan.
I thought they were okay, well, we'll just do that, but no, they want to separate the herd.
Yeah, I guess so. It's back to the old cave and
beach versus cave. Yeah, exactly.
You go into the caves. I'm staying out here.
I'm staying out here.
Blah blah blah.
Monsoon season's coming.
Oh God.
So.
Time for high tide. We can't stay here. There's no fresh water.
I wrote a note to here that I don't understand. That's always good. So let me find this scene. That's right before that. Oh, Jack asked Saeed, do you know what he did? And Saeed says, yes, I know what he did. And they're talking about the sub, right?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Why does Saeed know that?
Because, I don't know. I mean, he was there.
Was he? He was at. I thought he was.
He was at the barracks when it happened.
Oh, that's right. He was at the barracks.
He was captured. He probably would have heard an explosion, and I would guess.
And he would have surmised that it was the.
Yeah, I guess
I'm
so.
deduced by the particulate in the air that this is.
No one needed to tell him. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would have imagined Jack would have told him, but this scene makes it seem like that's not true.
Yeah, I mean, I would buy he would have heard about it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been common knowledge, know, after a certain point.
Yeah, that's why I'm like if it was common knowledge, he wouldn't have to ask him.
Yeah.
Unless he's just trying to emphasize it.
Right. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Unless they're just trying to tell us, Saeed knows what he did. That's all, audience. Okay, so.
And he should have also been pissed at him about blowing up the flame. Oh, that was the other thing. He knew that Locke took the C4 from the flame because he was the one that found it.
Mm-hmm.
That was another thing he told Locke they would talk about later.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I was thinking about.
And so he knew he had the explosive. He's there. He hears the explosion. Like, it's reasonable for him to put that together.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Yeah.
So Locke tries to explain himself. He says everything he did was in the best interest of the group, which is the kind of thing, you don't want to believe. Doesn't seem believable.
No.
And Kate comes back to tell them that
I'm still not quite sure why he did it, but
why he did what?
Why he blew up the sub.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he had a vision. Let's hope not. Speaking of visions, do you think we're done with Desmond's visions? Do you think now that Charlie did his thing and?
Man, we shouldn't be.
I mean, how long can that last?
Desmond's visions are like, I don't know. They're short range and mostly like pragmatic.
Mm-hmm. Like, it'd be great if he was still getting visions now.
Like in principle, he shouldn't no longer get visions. I don't think.
Well, how long does the gift of visions really last, though? I mean,
I'm assuming he's got it for good. But
it could just be some sort of effect,
Maybe it's supposed to be. They can make it any bullshit they want it to be. But like, I feel like he should still be able to do it or still.
But what if it was just tied? So you don't think it was just tied to Charlie then?
Well, he did get like some visions that weren't specifically related to Charlie.
Yeah.
So
in the beginning.
So the two main ones were, the initial main one, the speech, and the thing with Naomi parachuting.
Mhm. But But that was related to Charlie because wasn't Charlie going to die in that whole frame of images?
Yeah, that's true. That's
true. So I mean that was about Charlie dying too. So.
But there was a lot more to it than Charlie dying.
Yeah, but I mean it all led up to his death though, right? That was the whole point.
Well, his vision included stuff before and after he was supposed to die.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, I don't know, but whatever. It wasn't. you know, his other visions about Charlie dying were just about Charlie dying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not like a lot of superfluous stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, that whole thing. I mean, it seemed like, I don't know. It seemed like it was supposed to be about Naomi showing up, but yeah. And then he sees Claire and Aaron getting on the helicopter, which like is sort of related to Charlie, but but it's not Charlie.
Yeah, but he's got to know something like that so he can convince Charlie to do it. You know, that's the main reason he did it, because he heard that. So
yeah.
Okay.
It very well could be it. I just feel like, and really from a story perspective, I wouldn't mind if it were over. I just I don't know.
I feel like on this show, I feel like it's probably over. Because they love to bring up, do something and never talk about it again.
Yeah, they do.
You know, and down the line, Hurley will go, what's with those visions, dude? And he'll be like, haven't had any after Charlie's death.
Yeah.
That'll be the end.
They don't work like that, brother.
Yeah. Oh man, that's such a great it doesn't work like that. How does it work? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
It just doesn't work like that.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that's all I'm allowed to say. Okay, so Kate comes back to tell them that Naomi covered for John and fixed the phone. And like I said earlier, they kind of would have gotten a second chance if Kate hadn't, done what Jack tried to do.
Yeah.
But anyway, they make contact with the boat. Locke says that Naomi, of course, wants her people on the island. He's going to the barracks and asks for people to come with him. Then Hurley, tells Jack and everyone else what Charlie said, that he, must have changed his mind at the very end, and he's going to go with Locke. And so Claire goes with them, as do some red shirts, Danielle, and Ben go. Ben, of course, has to do one more jab at Jack and do a little power play and ask permission to go with Locke. So, which is, of course, sort of ceding power to Locke,
Yeah.
Letting the bad guy go with this other guy,
Yeah.
Carl and Alex go with them. Bernard and Rose stay. I assume they were going to go.
I did too. Rose shouldn't want to leave the island, but she didn't want to go with that man.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's like, island, healing me and living, or leaving and not being with Locke. And she's like, I would rather not be here.
Yeah. The thing that it was a little hard for me to tell what some of the people chose. I don't know if it was too hard to deal with or whatever, but I think Saeed stayed with Jack, right?
Yeah, Saeed stayed with Jack. He wasn't going to go with Locke. Locke has been, basically it came down to, do you like Locke or not? What do you, it was do you like Locke and do you believe what Charlie said? Because that's what it is. Because some of those people, I think, would stay, I should say, if Locke wasn't the guy leading it, or maybe some people would go if Ben wasn't going to be there. That's a reason for me not to go with him.
Yeah.
A whole host of reasons, I think. And people are levying their chances that this is real rescue. So. It was kind of a hard choice, I think, and Sawyer had left Kate,
Sawyer actually goes with Locke.
Yeah, Sawyer goes with Locke, which I think, from Sawyer's perspective, especially when he said, he's just doing what he always does to survive, and, I think no matter what happens, Locke is a survivor, and I think, if you follow him, if you want to go where he's going, he'll get you, you know what I mean, He's not really going to screw up too much, even though his plan might be to screw up, that's the only problem, but I think he's, obviously resourceful and he knows the island really well and he has a plan, and I can see why some people want to go with him, The security alone of the barracks, I think, is great.
Yeah,
They can just go and turn the fence on and be, pretty much impervious.
To a non-lethal level.
Exactly. So this was interesting.
What was I gonna say? Yeah. So this is it's sort of like it seems to sort of fulfill the like Locke versus Jack thing that was supposed to happen like
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. The splitting up of the group should have happened a long time ago.
Yeah, with Locke like actually being a leader instead of just like wanting to be.
Mhm.
And I don't know.
Washing dishes and
So the thing that was weird is in that initial scene when Desmond shows up, like Desmond's really excited, like Saeed's worried about it. Everybody's all like grabbing their guns and we're gonna stop this. And like then Saeed stays with Jack and I think Desmond stays with Jack too. Like I don't know, it's just odd. They all kind of like.
Yeah, well, it's like the idea was to go warn them, and I think part of it is, which we, like I said, we got to call that something, because I think they wanted to make it seem like they were really going to gear up for some battle.
Oh, you think this is another?
I think that, and I think for practical reasons, let's take the guns, I think that makes sense, but I think that was part of it too, was just the emotion of being like, okay, we got to go warn them, and, let's get all of our rifles and stuff, But I think Saeed chose to stay because I don't think he's convinced. I think he was just worried about saying something over the radio and getting those people making the situation worse. But I think he would be one of the kind of people who wants to see for himself what's going on.
Yeah, now I'll buy Saeed doing that. Just like, well, maybe they aren't who they say they are, but I want to.
Yeah, who better to judge if they're lying or not than the torturer?
Yeah.
Like he knows that stuff, so he should be there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But it is odd that I think Desmond stays with Jack. Once again, it wasn't totally clear to me. But.
I mean, the only people you see leave are the people that I mentioned.
Yeah.
And they had that sort of wide shot, but I really couldn't tell who was where.
I couldn't either. That was the thing. Like I feel like I wanted them to be a little more explicit about who was with who, but instead of just highlighting some of it.
I think Desmond would go with Locke, but I don't know what happened in the thing. But I would imagine
expect Desmond to go with Locke too, especially since he was the one who got the message originally.
Yeah.
And he was really passionate about it at the beginning of the episode. That was the thing. It just seemed like they were all like, I don't know. I don't remember what happened then. I reset and I'm gonna make my decision now.
Mhm. Trying to see. I'm sure Juliet goes with Jack.
Of course. Even though her best friend Alex went with Locke.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, they're splitting up the home team there.
Mm-hmm.
What is Alex and Juliet going to do without each other?
I don't know what Alex is going to do. I mean,
Carl's going to get her pregnant. That's what's going to happen.
I guess so. Great.
Carl's going to be like, I went through all of that. We are having sex.
Oh, God. Not more pregnancy.
He's like, that was the longest foreplay ever. And it involved cages and brainwashing.
I wasn't even supposed to be in that cage, Alex.
I know that. I told Kate that. Or something similar sounding.
Yeah. I think that's what I said.
I think that's what I said.
That's what the caption said I said.
Yeah. Okay, here's the shot. Most people go with Jack. It's only a small group that go with Locke.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't look like, how many Losties are there now?
Man.
Didn't look like that many anymore.
How many were there? We had a count at one point. It's about 50, right?
Well, no, it's way less than that. It was less than 40 in, season 2, I'm sure.
Really?
Yeah, because remember, I don't think there was much more than 40 that survived the initial crash, if I remember correctly.
I think, weren't there 40-something from... Weren't there 40-something from just the fuselage?
Oh, was that what it was? And then some of the people from...
And then 23 tail section people. Although, they did get whittled down, but...
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's the only thing. It was the only telesex people that came were, the main people that we saw.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what happened to all those other people.
All the other people got taken by the others or killed.
Is that what happened?
That was the whole point.
We did a count, I think, and there were missing people, but.
What do you mean missing people? From how many they said died or something?
Yeah, they gave numbers about how many were taken, and we counted it up, and I think there were people unaccounted for.
Maybe.
Based on what that group was that trekked across the island,
Yeah.
There didn't seem to be enough people left.
But
yeah, I guess we're supposed to believe they were all taken.
Well, I think some of them died. I mean, I think some of them survived the crash, but died.
Yeah, some of them did die. That's true. Like Nathan. Good old Nathan.
Oh, Nathan. Oh, we thought you were a bad guy.
We sure did.
Oh, we mistook you because he was so nervous.
Seem like a bad guy.
He was so nervous and fidgety. We just got bad vibes from him.
We did.
And plus, he had red hair, didn't he? Can't trust people with red hair.
Red hair? No, maybe.
I don't know. I don't remember
what color his hair was.
Didn't they call him Redhead Nathan?
You remember Redhead Nathan? No,
You don't remember Redhead Nathan? That wasn't a thing? Okay.
I didn't think so.
No, his hair's not really red. Hey, I guess he has a red shirt. Maybe that's what I was thinking, red.
Man, I think Redhead Nathan is another. Redhead Nathan?
No, not Redhead Nathan. He does have red hair, though. I hope Radiant Redhead isn't listening. I don't want to offend anybody here.
Yeah, please.
Any redheads? I love redheads. They're great. Such vibrant hair.
They built this nation.
They built this nation on the backbone of their luxurious locks. Speaking of locks, let's talk about Locke. And so anyway, in this scene, they split up. It starts to rain, of course, because it has to rain in a scene like this.
Yeah.
And then Locke says, "You know where to find us when you change your mind."
That rain really knows what it's doing.
That rain really knows what it's doing. And I love Locke when he says, "When you change your mind."
Mm-hmm,
very passive-aggressive. Thank
Definitely.
you, Locke. But I think they will. I think something's going to happen, and I think they're going to meet up with them. Because I don't trust Minkowski. He didn't look trustable.
Yeah.
That's my new word.
Is that who that was?
I assume that's who that. I guess it doesn't have to be. I assume that's who that was.
It didn't. His voice was like, that's not how I expected him to look.
I didn't expect him to look like that either.
If that's really him.
When Kate was talking to him on the phone, did he sound different? Because I thought he sounded different, from what I remember him sounding like.
Earlier in the episode or last season?
In this episode, when Naomi calls, I thought he sounded different in that scene. But I didn't really check.
I didn't notice. He sounded like something though.
I would just imagine if they have a person who they've introduced on this phone, that they would just show him,
I
instead
agree.
of having some new character, unless you think that's Naomi's sister.
No, I don't think that's Naomi's sister. That would be a twist. Naomi's sister has a beard.
Naomi's sister has a beard, and it's real. So is her penis.
Oh.
Which I think is the biggest problem. The beard we can live with.
The beard's okay. The penis has got to go.
The penis, that changes things.
Leave that at the door, please.
There's a bucket right near the door.
Just drop it in.
Gross.
That's really gross.
There's a penis check at the door.
Yeah.
Just,
oh, God.
We can give you a hanger and you can just... Okay. The next scene is in the future. Hurley's playing basketball, and he apparently never misses. And he was very good with ping pong too, right?
Yeah, he totally beat Sawyer at ping pong.
And what else was he good at? Was there something else? He wasn't good at cards. When they played poker, I don't think he was good at that.
He wasn't good at backgammon when he played Walt, because Walt was like, "You owe me $40,000."
One of Lot's best lines. That was great. You gotta love that. Only a kid can really say that. Can really like, all right, all that fake money we've been playing for, you owe me now.
Yeah. yeah. They get it.
The little scamps.
Mhm.
And
he was like, "You'll get it."
So, do you think that he's like supernaturally good at certain things, or is it just like he's only good at the stuff that he spent time playing at the mental institution?
If they want him to be supernaturally good at things, they need to explain why he isn't all the time.
Well, I mean, maybe it's just certain things, though. I don't know. And I would expect him to lose against Walt anyway.
Yeah.
But he was bad. I think he was bad at cards because Sawyer was like, "You don't bet, I just bet."
You can't bet, I just bet. Yeah.
You can't bet, I just bet.
Yeah, you're right. He was not good at cards. He totally got pushed out.
So you think he's just good at shooting hoops because he just practiced?
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like they were making a thing about it, and maybe it's a little revisionist history.
Yeah.
Where now he's just good at everything he does.
Yeah, we're supposed to forget about the cards.
Yeah, cards and backgammon are no more.
Mm-hmm.
He's good now. And even like, I don't know, did he ever play golf? I don't think he did. I don't even know.
I would imagine he was there at some point.
He was there. I don't remember if they actually showed him playing.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. So, do you think Hurley has his money back in the future, in these future scenes?
I don't know.
I mean, I imagine, and I assume, we didn't talk about it, but I didn't verify it, but I assume the car he was driving was the car he and his father were supposed to repair.
Oh, shit, yeah, that is what that, I was like, man, what is that car about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it was.
Yeah, so, you know,
and, I just watched that. You remembered it. Oh, God.
Yeah. Because when I first saw the car, I thought it was Kate in the car, because I'm like, who would drive a car like that? And plus, like, I don't know. It was weird. I just thought maybe it was Kate. Anyway, but yeah, then I saw, I'm like, okay, Hurley, why is Hurley in a car like that? I'm like, oh, that's the car he and his dad.
That was Hope Will Start the Car.
Mm-hmm. Hope will start the car. No, Dad. Putting money and getting it fixed will start the car.
Let's make a fresh start the car.
Yeah, so he gets the car fixed finally, you know.
Apparently.
But I'm thinking, like, I'm just assuming he's got the money back. You know, I mean, there's no real evidence, but.
But I wonder, you know, what happened with his family. I mean, I feel like, you know, they should have got his money if they thought he was dead.
Yeah, I think the mom would have got the money.
Yeah, and so I don't, like, why doesn't he talk to them? Like, why, you know, like, I don't understand why.
Oh, why we never see him in the episode?
Yeah, I just find
it seems like, you know, well, I think they just wanted to get him back in the mental institution, like, you know, but
yeah,
they could have had his mom, like, they could have had, but maybe, like, actually, I think it's probably supposed to be that it just happened so fast, because it's all in one day, really, because he sees Charlie at the gas station, he freaks out, he gets arrested, and then he has to go in the mental institution, and it's like the next thing we know, he's there, you know. So I don't know why the mom's not.
Did all that happen in one day? Man,
I assumed it did.
It does seem like it, because Jack like visits him later, and it seems like that was from that, like he's coming from whatever he was doing that morning.
Mhm.
That's crazy, man. He went on that whole thing, got in the institution, saw the guy, saw Charlie, got a visit from Jack, and that was his day.
Yeah, he had a busy day.
Damn. Yeah. Fucking shit. Yeah, if that was a day, all right. Then his family doesn't have to appear.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I expected like them to, you know.
I didn't expect Cheech to come back.
That guy. Yeah. So if they have the money, then I mean, in a sense, I mean, I don't think they're gonna like withhold it from him if he wants it.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume the mom would give it back to him or something, or he would in effect have it, unless he was just like, I don't want it.
Like whatever she wanted. I don't think she holds anything against him.
Yeah, I don't, unless he said he didn't want it, you know.
Yeah, which he might have.
And that's one of the things is like, we know that they, you know, before in season, you know, and at the end of season 3, we didn't know what the world knew about Jack and Kate being there.
Yeah, that's
now
true.
we know that the Oceanic Six are sort of celebrities.
Yeah.
And their whole rescue, was an ordeal,
Yeah.
So that's a big revelation.
It's definitely a big revelation.
Yeah.
It's not what I thought was happening.
No.
Because it's like there's a cover-up, but not about everything.
Yeah, and now that this whole thing with Christian makes me question that whole thing about my dad's upstairs.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking that earlier.
Like maybe did he just see him or something? And
yeah, I know. That's the thing though. Jack's story wasn't like this. Like he didn't like see stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
His was down to earth season 3 story where like stuff like that doesn't happen all the time.
Well, see, Jack's not crazy though.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack doesn't have a history of like imagining things.
That's true.
And plus, what we saw of Jack was at the end. At the end of that part of the story.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think whatever's going to happen with Jack's going to happen pretty soon anyway. So.
Yeah.
Something else I was going to say about that I don't remember though. So anyway, they're playing basketball. They decide to play horse. We find out Jack is back to surgery, and he's thinking about growing a beard, which we find out he does grow. Well, we know he grows. And Hurley asks him what he's really doing there, and wonders if he's going to tell. And let's see. Now I'm confused. Oh, so Hurley says he's sorry that he went with Locke, and that he doesn't think they did the right thing. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that threw a wrench in everything that I believed.
Mhm.
I was sure it was the right thing to go with Locke, but it's just not clear. I mean, if he, there's so many things here. If he gets off and he goes with Locke, then something happens in the middle there. Yeah,
that's the thing. I mean, yeah, exactly. So I don't really know what happens. I mean, why? Even if something does happen where Hurley eventually goes, gets off with Jack, of course. Why is he sorry about going with Locke?
Yeah.
It seems like something happened in a direct result of him going with Locke. Because it seems like if he would have just not gone with Locke and the outcome was the same, then why would he lament it?
Right.
So it seems like something happened. So not only that, but then there was some other incident. I don't think we did the right thing. Presumably that's just, whatever. It could be, the right thing could be, in terms of telling, what story they came up with, or it could be some event or something that they did on the island to get off of the island.
Right.
Like maybe they left people behind.
Yeah.
And they told each other not just to say everyone was dead.
That's what it seems like.
Mhm.
That's sort of the simplest theory.
Yeah.
That you can make fit this thing. But it's so odd. Like the story's getting weird because you have him making the decision and then like apologizing for it years later.
That's that's what's going to take some getting used to with this flash forward stuff. Because before they can show you something in the present and then pinpoint that idea with the flashback. But now it's different when you get a flash forward.
Yeah.
Because it's like oh man, I'll never solve this thing, and then you flash forward and they solve it, and it's just like, you don't get it. You don't get the chance to experience that idea at all. Because now we know Hurley gets off the island. We know Hurley never dies on the island.
Right.
Unless in the future he goes back.
Right. That whole
in the present timeline, he never dies. So any situation where someone's got a gun to his head or Smokey's after him or anything like that, and include Kate and Jack in that too.
Yeah.
We know they're not going to die.
No need to worry.
And that's the trade-off of getting information from the future. So.
It is, yeah. And it's just weird, to see the characters knowing what is got to be a sizable chunk of what happens on the island for the show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're supposed to know, a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
As far as, what the show is going to get to on the island? You know, I mean, that's a long time in the future, you know, and it's just odd to, like...
Man, they better hope none of those actors leave. I mean, what happens, like, a year from now if Jorge wants to leave or something, man?
No.
Oops! I mean, I'm sure when they secured their deals for the whole rest of the series, that they secured the deals for the actors they must have. I mean, it would be stupid not to do that.
Definitely, yeah.
But, you know, it's just bad if something happens and, like, he can't do it. And
they have to do some awful explanation.
Yeah, or get a new actor.
Or get a new,
worst thing.
No. Oh, God, no. And get, like, I don't know, Paul Rodriguez or something.
I think he's a little too old for the role, but Paul Rodriguez.
Yeah.
And then Pauly Shore comes on the scene.
Why not?
Okay, so this was an interesting scene. You know, I love how Jack is like, you know, he's really transparent. No, I just came by to see you. Okay, well, I got to go now. I have only time to play H.O.
Mm-hmm.
Which, speaking of H.O., have you heard the theory about the ho-ho-ho thing?
The ho-ho-ho theory.
Oh, man, the ho-ho-ho conundrum.
I've heard about it.
It's so like... But it's weird when, like, you watch this scene and Hurley specifically says, you got H.O., and it just seems like he's saying that on purpose, you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But, and then, so the whole idea of, what's it called? The underworld theory or something? Or the, it was like, I read about this theory that was as crazy as anything they said in season 1, where it was like, these portals, and, like, there's supposed to be a portal at the North Pole or South Pole that leads into this, like, you know, concave inner world of Earth, basically. Like, you know, you go in this tunnel and then there's, like, you know, stuff inside, land masses and other things inside, I guess, or something like that. I don't know.
Man, that's such a season 1 theory.
Yeah, it's really season 1. It was supposed to be, so this idea of ho-ho-ho, you know, Santa Claus, North Pole, he did the Eskimo thing, he drew the igloo.
That's true.
Like, then Antarctic team, you know, that was the South Pole, but still, polar bears, of course. So the theory was saying, you know, putting all that in there. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me that, you know, this whole, I forgot what the word was, some sort of underworld or whatever they called it, but yeah, I don't really buy it. But what so you hadn't heard of that, or had you?
No, I had. Yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay.
I read.
So that's what you were talking about, the ho-ho-ho thing.
The ho-ho-ho theory. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much. We had a half-baked theory many podcasts ago about. Or maybe it was my theory. Or maybe it was someone. I don't remember whose theory it was. It was somebody's theory, where the idea was that somehow they were really like. At the time, I think I thought it was the South Pole. Like somehow they were there, and that's why the polar bears were there. And,
oh yeah, that sounds like season 1 talk.
And it was the Portuguese scientists.
Oh yeah.
You know, they were in like a. You know, this sort of Antarctic location, and it made
so we
me
thought
think
somehow but that didn't make any sense even back then.
No, it was completely half-baked and not possible, but like, I tossed it around in my head for a little bit at the time. It does seem odd, like I want to just dismiss it, but it is odd that they put those little references in there. Of all the things
and the other thing.
Of.
Yeah, and the other thing was that line, you know, what did one snowman say to the other?
Oh, God. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was probably part of the theory, too.
Yeah, that was part of the theory.
Oh, you remember it. Okay.
Yeah, I just remembered that was part of the theory.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, and what does it even mean? Because, you know, Desmond says that, you know, and it's just like, he's not really, you know, working from anything, you know.
Well, he said it because Kelvin said it, I guess.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, well, you know, that came from Kelvin, but it's like, you know, what does that even mean, though?
Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, I assumed it was just
is there some others connection
thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it means something, what could it mean? You know, besides just a random security thing.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think it meant anything.
It shouldn't mean anything, but I don't know why he's drawing an igloo and an Eskimo. Like,
yeah,
that's a weird thing to draw on any occasion.
It is, but I have to, they do show stuff sometimes. The Hatch mural, for example, that don't really do much. And even the Blastor map.
Yeah.
Didn't really have much of a role to play.
I think 2008 Justin would say it's not important.
Yeah.
Until they make it important.
Yeah, you're right.
Did you declare your new thing?
No, I didn't actually announce it.
Oh.
Normally. Maybe I should
announce
now
it.
that we're actually doing the last Lowdown.
Yeah.
For real. Yeah, so, I don't know if I can do this every year, but I have a New Year's resolution. I will continue the last year's. I think that worked out well, but I've got a little addendum or additional thing to do. Based on, what's happened in the show so far, noticing how things have gone over time and how they like to bring up things and really not do anything with them. They do that fairly often. And so, watching season 3 makes that really clear. Just for one small example, he said, "We're next." Like that. There's.
And then they all died. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, you're right. They're all dead. And
they were all next, just like he said.
Yeah. Great ending. Seemed like it mattered. Didn't matter at all.
Yeah.
That's a good example of what I'm talking about. And so the basic tenet of this resolution is, I don't believe something's important until they really prove it, until they get some real mileage out of it, besides just mentioning it in passing.
You know what I'm afraid of with your resolutions is that that they might get you just to view the show with no mystery. Because so far it's it'll be just cause you not to ask so many questions about the show.
Well, no, okay. This is a mindset thing. I'm still up for discussing anything, and I'll go on about theories.
But this is just how you'll.
But it's how I'm viewing things. I'm not so ready to buy into things as much.
Yeah.
But I don't. As far as talking about it, I don't think.
Yeah.
It'll make a difference, but I feel duped a lot, and it's
well, they dupe you. They dupe us, man.
Me. I know, and I don't want to be duped anymore.
No, I want a dupe-free year. they duped you in the beginning of the show.
Yeah,
those
did.
mangoes on the island. No, they're not. They're mango smells.
Yeah.
No, it's a duping show.
It is a duping show. But I can handle a mini dupe. But I'm talking about let's train, how long does it take to train an army?
Yeah. That was a mega dupe.
It really was.
It was a mega dupe.
It's you get so into it. They seem to really be building to something, and if they're going to pull that, I don't want to necessarily fall for it.
Yeah.
So that's why I say, that scene with Hurley, I think that has the potential to go the way of the Wall Visions. Where
Which scene?
The scene where Hurley sees Jacob's cabin.
Oh, okay.
And it follows him and all that.
Oh, so you think they might not be building to anything so much as just showing that?
Yeah.
That's possible.
I think that's a possibility, just based on I feel like the Wall thing was similar. The character sort of goes off, they hear the whispers, they see something.
Well, but we've never seen anything this big though.
Yeah.
Especially since as important as Jacob seems to be, it's important. I think it's at least important that he sees it.
Yeah.
It should be at least. But then, like we said before, we do have that second element of we know something's going on in the future.
That's true.
So this could coincide with that. So.
Yeah. And it very well could mean something. I'll believe it when it does.
Yeah. All right.
So, so what was the original thing? Was it the North Pole theory? Or was it something else?
We were talking about Hurley and Jack and maybe Smokey something? I don't know what it was. Them splitting up, Locke, Hurley being sorry he went with Locke. We talked about that.
The thing you said, like 2008, Justin won't believe.
Oh.
Remember what that was?
No, I don't. It was the thing we were just talking about before that.
Yeah.
I would guess. No, it could be anything. It's too far gone now.
All right.
Too far gone now.
If only it were live.
If only we're live, we'd get 15 text messages of, you said this.
It couldn't have been too important.
Nah.
I feel like
I think it may have been. No. I can tell you what it was. I can tell you what it was. I remember now. It was the Eskimo drawing.
Oh, yeah.
The igloo thing.
That's
like
right.
that whole thing, yeah.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, the Eskimo drawing. Okay.
Being like the blast door map and like all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even the supply drop didn't even matter. It was just like, okay, give him some
drop.
food. The whole mystery about how did it was it a plane? How did it find it? Like who was it from?
The good
all
old
that
days.
stuff. Yeah, the good old days when everything mattered.
Man, they
And then
just
they
got
never-
Dharma food, like just hanging around, and nobody talks about it, or
Nobody talks about it,
just
and everybody ate it.
And it's still there. Like I don't. Are they ever going to run out?
Well, I guess it's only been like 2 days since the last 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Time moves so slow on this. On
Yeah,
the show,
you're right. You're right. I guess It's probably been like like a month and a week since the supply drop.
They should have some left.
Yeah.
They should have some because they're still doing fruit and stuff and fish. Jen's always fishing.
Oh God. Is he? Oh,
you know
where
why?
did they go? Did they go with Jack?
Yeah, they stayed with Jack.
Okay.
They did not go with Locke.
All right.
I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't expect them to go with Locke.
I wouldn't either, but
Son and Jen are totally Jack fans. They're totally Jack fans.
Son had a brief bout of not trusting Jack.
When was that?
In season 3, when he comes back and he asks about her baby, and then like she goes up.
But that was ill-founded, it's just like you're being stupid.
He stayed with the others, and they, they dragged me into the jungle. And
they dragged me to the jungle, and oh, son, just go bury something.
Oh, that was the
bury
other
your
thing
wedding
she
ring.
said, like when she was talking about that in an episode where Charlie tells her what happened, like she's like, and if I hadn't got away, they would have killed me. Like whatever, you don't know that, son. Shut up.
Oh man, especially since she knows that the others kidnap people and they're still alive. Doesn't she know that the people that they took are alive?
She should know that if she doesn't.
Maybe Jack and them never told.
Yeah, maybe not.
Well, because Jack saw them. Did he ever tell Kate and Sawyer?
They didn't show
I don't remember.
They didn't show him telling them.
He might not have.
Maybe he didn't.
There's a lot going on. So it was a whole whirlwind after that whole thing.
Yeah. But she should. I mean, if they're like kidnapping people, like just to kill them, I mean, it's just kind of silly.
But that's what they do in movies.
I guess.
In TV shows.
But
so
yeah,
then,
I think
okay.
they did go with Jack. I just didn't. I couldn't tell. Like it was another one where I was just not. I didn't see them with Jack. But I didn't see him with Locke either. It was just.
Yeah, when it started raining, everyone kind of huddled and like you really couldn't tell what was going on anymore.
Yeah.
So at the end of this scene, Hurley, like we said, Hurley says, I'm sorry, I went with Locke. I should have stayed with you. Jack says, water on the bridge, man. I don't think we did the right thing, Jack. I think it wants us to come back. So it is either Jacob or the island.
Or both, if they mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So, and that's what Charlie says before, is that you've been hiding from it, and maybe it means the thing you have to do, or it could be whatever wants them to come back.
Yeah. Well, when Hurley says it wants us to come back, but Charlie's it might be the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Charlie's might be the just whatever. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I repeated your point. All right, well.
That's good. Now everyone gets it.
Yeah.
For the people in the back. And he says it's going to do everything it can, which gives it, personification. Like,
yeah.
It's got a conscious will, whatever it is, which is never good.
And if he's calling it, I'm guessing he doesn't know who Jacob is.
Yeah.
I feel like if he knew about Jacob, he would call him he, not it.
Well, I thought of that too, but I was thinking there's a little room because he might be calling it because he knows it's not a person. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And yeah, it depends on what he finds out about it. And he may just, he may interact with Jacob and to whatever level and just still never find out what it's called,
Yeah.
Unless he said, my name is Jacob, like whatever, like.
Yeah.
So, but they're being vague. I kind of feel like he means the island, but that could still mean Jacob.
Yeah, I at this point I think Jacob and the island are synonymous, essentially. If you're talking about the island having a will.
Unless the island is Christian and Jacob something else.
I know. See, there is that possibility, but I'm going to assume that Jacob and the island are the same for now.
Yeah, that's a good assumption.
And Christian, well, I don't know. He might be Smokey. I think he's in league with the island. If he's not actually the island.
Well, he's hanging out at the Hotel Jacob.
Yeah, I guess that's a good clue.
So that's kind of thing I meant to bring up. When Hurley sort of finds Jacob's cabin, I expected us to get some scene. What I expected was, something was going to chase him and he would run away, and Hurley would cross the little boundary of ash, and we would see what that was about. But that didn't happen.
No.
So anyway, my point was we didn't see that boundary.
No, we didn't.
So that makes me question that makes me feel like it appeared to him.
Yeah.
And he didn't actually go there.
Yeah. He didn't go to wherever Locke went to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll buy that. It didn't look the same, and it moved.
Yeah, it did seem to move.
So, if it could appear in the other place, then the place that he originally saw it could have not been where it was also.
Yoda says what?
That I'm pretty sure that makes sense. So.
Yeah, it can make sense and still be crazy.
Yeah, I agree. But I got worried for a second. Yeah, so I think that's a good theory. I'm not sure if it matters, but I agree.
Yeah. I think the most important thing is the Eskimo drawing. That's the key to everything. Because what I want to know is, who is the Eskimo? We got to figure that out, people. Who is the Eskimo?
Who is the Eskimo?
I think the Eskimo is Jacob. I mean, it's the obvious choice.
Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob is the Eskimo. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get a close up of the drawing next time, and it'll be Jacob.
And we'll just
With Christian will be in the igloo.
Oh.
Chilling by the fire, melting the ice. So I guess you really wouldn't put a fire in the igloo, huh?
I guess not. I don't know. It would probably
be supernatural fire.
Yeah. The only kind of fire that Jacob uses.
Angel fire.
Ugh.
Yeah, blast from the past, huh?
Definitely.
If anyone knows what that means, don't tell us. You shouldn't know. All right, you ready for the last scene, buddy?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. we're back at the fuselage wreckage. Kate and Jack are talking. Not the fuselage, the front of the plane, the nose section is it supposed to be?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, the front.
So they're talking, and I guess this is the part I missed about. What did he say? Charlie and I were here a long time ago? Or?
Yeah, he said, let's see. Well, if I actually look it up, I can get it right.
Oh, here goes. I got it.
Okay.
Are you thinking of Charlie and Jack says, feels like 100 years ago that we came out here together. How did this happen? I guess I missed her line thinking of Charlie. I thought he was just saying that. So anyway, we hear some noises. He says thunder's getting louder, and he says that's not thunder. And then they go and then they see a helicopter with someone shooting out. And I should mention the helicopter looked to me like it was having a lot of trouble stabilizing itself. Did you notice that?
It looked okay. At least we
it looked
saw
like it
a
was flying
helicopter this
very.
time.
To me, it looked like it was flying very erratically. And because you would think it just kind of would hover or go in a straight line, but it was like seesawing and stuff. Which makes me think that they're still having problems coming to the island, which is why they dropped off another parachuter.
Yeah, they're supposed to.
Huh?
They're supposed to have problems.
Yeah, that's the thing. I felt like the whole point was they already sent parachuters. Now that they have the location fixed, you think the ship would be coming, would dock, would land somewhere or something.
Yeah.
But then they sent another parachuter. So I'm expecting them to say that they can't get there or something, and I feel like, okay, and then we can talk about this, which is, of course, the Oceanic Six, like, which 6 people, why only 6 people, because I'm thinking it might have something to do with how they get off the island. Maybe there's just not enough room. I think Makara Q had a good theory she posted on the comment section about how a scene like that might go down, them deciding who gets to go. So what do you think?
Well, which topic should I?
Any of them, whatever you want. Dive in.
I don't know where to start.
Everywhere.
Yeah, as far as the 6, I guess. Yeah, for now that's a plausible theory. But then it has to. I mean, I'm assuming that when they leave, they're not going to be like, we're going to tell them you're all dead or whatever it is they do. Like I feel like they're supposed to, they're supposed to say like, we'll, send someone back for you or something like that.
Yeah.
Like I would wonder how it would go from, you guys go to a cover.
Well, it could go that easily if the people who, if Minkowski and his gang are bad, Depends on why they're there and what they want.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I keep imagining that they're going to get off the island soon, because, the people are here and we know they get off. But presumably this, they don't get off at this point, those 6. Because I think that's an interesting question. Like, do we have any idea of when the flashbacks are taking place? Flash forwards, I mean?
Yeah. We know Jackson had a date.
Oh, that's right. It was 2007, right?
It was 2007. It was
like 3 years later?
It was right around the time the episode came on the air.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, I wonder if they do something where, like, what if the 6 get off, like, say by season 5 or at the end of season 4 or something. Like, they actually leave, and then the flash forwards from then on will be, Jack getting more alcoholic, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like, maybe those 6 will get off soon, and then they will come back to the island the last season or last 2 seasons or something, and then we'll finish the show on the island.
So there will be they'll go off and then come back, and then they'll end up there.
Yeah.
And not in this stretch.
Yeah.
So the people who don't get off the island will end up staying there for years.
Yeah.
Like off screen potentially. I mean, we can't follow them during that whole time.
Yeah, that's the thing. We won't be able to get all the years in between. So I don't know. I don't really know.
Because that just reorients the story from what I thought.
I could just see them wanting to, like, oh, you know what they could do? Because, I feel like what they would want to do is, now that they're doing the flash forwards, they'll do that for a while, and then they can go back doing flashbacks after the future story is kind of done, and we catch up to the future, and then they come back to the island. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe they could do flashbacks from the stuff we missed and the people on the island or something.
Yeah.
You get island flashbacks. That'd be weird. I don't know.
Oh God, that would be weird.
Yeah, like,
Because I had in my mind that the plane crashes them on the island, and the show is about that time.
Mm-hmm.
Not like they leave and then they come back and.
Well, I mean, we're seeing the semblance of that, though. I mean, we're seeing Jack, saying we've got to go back. Hurley's starting to say, we might need to go back, kind of thing. They need us, I think they're gonna try to go back, at the very least.
Yeah.
So I see that as a definite possibility. And I think they're just, it definitely changes the orientation of the show, like what's going on, but so does showing the future.
Yeah, like it's just like, yeah, that's true. It's just not. It's not about like we got to get rescued.
No, that's the thing, and I'm glad that they're not trying to make it about that. Because that's just Gilligan's Island,
Yeah, that's true. And it seemed like that was all they could really end up with.
Yeah, and I like the idea that Jack regrets leaving the island because you never thought that would happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's like we gotta get off, and it's like wow, we should have stayed.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm kind of expecting because to me the alternative is Minkowski and the gang try to rescue them. They figure out they're bad. They somehow repel them, but then you've got like this freighter still out there or something, and then you've got these people who are close to finding them, and it's like, well, then at one point are they going to get off the island?
Yeah, then something else happens.
Then something else similar happens where it's rescue, but is it really rescue this time? Because what happened with Minkowski, and then they go through the whole thing again, and then it's, I feel like this is a good time for the 6 to get off. Now that I know it's only 6, because before I thought it would be most of them or something. But yeah, if it's only 6, I can see them getting off pretty soon. I guess to do with this thing.
Yeah. And then just like skipping ahead a lot, or what? Well,
maybe that's the thing. Maybe well, no, I think you would still have the storylines on the island with Locke and Ben and whatever's going on and the other Losties. So you still got that going on.
So they do that and like a future story and possibly like flashbacks and stuff too.
Well, maybe they wouldn't do flashbacks, but they would do concurrent storylines with the 6 who get off.
Okay.
So you'd see present on the island, present off the island, and future off the island.
So they get rid of the standard format and do it like just have these parallel like things going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maybe
I could buy it. I guess I assume the story is going to move a lot slower than that. That the Jack thing was not going to like, get resolved until a lot later.
And they could do that too. It's just with this freighter being here,
I know it does seem like it's time.
Yeah,
but it's so early. I never
I know.
Get off this early.
It's early, but it's time.
Yeah. I mean, I think something has to happen with these people. Like, it's going to be a thing. I don't think they're going to go straight off.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a thing.
Like hop on guys, but by the end of the season, I guess they could get out.
Because let's look at it this way: if they get out, if they get out from the end of the season, which is only 16 episodes, if they get out at the end of the season, then you could have season 5 would be about on the island stuff with Locke and Ben and whatever, and maybe some other stuff, Jacob Moore, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some stuff about the statue, please.
Oh, God.
And then you'd have stuff with the 6 and the real, back on the, wherever, and then, I mean, at what point are they going to stop? Well, it's like, at some point, they could show the sort of like the present catching up to the flash forwards, But it's like if they only continue with the same sort of, day by day thing they're going, like how much can they cover in 3 more seasons? I mean, they've been, I guess, as many that they covered now, pretty much, unless they do a big jump in time.
Yeah.
Because that's what they could do. They could at the end of season 4, which I don't know how I feel about this, but at the end of season 4, if the 6 get away, then the beginning of season 5 they could cut into the future and be like 2 years later or something, or like however long later, and then we see what whatever has been happening since then.
They could,
And if they even wanted to, then that's why they could do flashbacks. They could do flashbacks to that interim time that we missed, which would be weird.
Which would be really weird. Like we don't know about that now.
Yeah.
Not just their life before the crash, but after the rescue, before the post-rescue.
Yeah, before the homecoming of the 6.
That'll be weird. Oh, God. That's not the show I thought we were going to get.
Which is why they give it to you this way.
It does take the weirdness away from the fact that it's this kind of period show now.
Yeah.
If they can, catch up with us somehow in time, and that would do it.
Mm-hmm.
They can skip years.
Yeah, because I mean, if they get stuff settled, if they get stuff settled with Ben and Jacob, and some of the bigger, kind of mysteries going on now, I could, and then the 6 leave and everyone else stays, at the barracks or something. I could see them skipping ahead, Yeah. Because you've got most of your main characters not there, or your biggest main characters not there on the island.
Mhm.
I
don't know how if they don't skip, it's going to be weird to resolve that flash forward story.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how. It feels like they're going to have to skip at some point.
It does, yeah. It seems almost inevitable because it'd be weird to just have flash forwards of them dealing with the. I mean, but we're still in the current timeline. But later on, this is going to happen.
Well, at the very most, I think the longest the island timeline can go, if they don't have it where they come, if they don't skip, I think the longest the island timeline can go is up until they leave, right? Because why did I say that? Why do I think that?
I don't know why you think that.
It made sense for a second. And I don't remember why I think that.
I mean, they have to show the main characters. I don't think they're gonna not show Jack for a season or something.
Well, yeah, definitely. But I'm thinking, oh man, I lost my train of thought. Oh well, I don't know what I was gonna say. I thought I had some idea of why, if they don't skip, because that's what I was thinking. Oh, I was thinking if they don't skip, then. Well, then, because when the story starts in the future, well, the first one was after the Hurley one, right? So I don't know. I'm confused now. I was trying to use where the future story starts to dictate where the present story has to end. But I guess we don't really know.
Oh. Yeah, that's the thing. The future story they moved it back with this episode. They could go earlier than that in the future if they wanted to. Like
retro flash forwards? Like each one is successively earlier than the last? Now they're just crazy.
It's like Memento flash forward.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to keep doing that, but all I'm saying is we don't know what the starting point of that story is necessarily.
Yeah. I would have to imagine, that was definitely, I think they could go back maybe one more because, if they get off the island, I feel like Jack, starting to get back on his feet with his medicine, I think, is a very early point from when he gets back. Unless they just throw in a whole bunch of stuff in between,
Yeah.
And we know he does he gets all, drugged out later, so they wouldn't do that before.
Yeah. No,
so,
it's pretty early, but...
Yeah. But I could see them going back because the flashbacks did that. The flashbacks were all over.
Yeah.
Time-wise,
yeah,
too.
Yeah, they just skipped around, added stuff around the same time. They'll do whatever. I do think it's pretty early. So where do you think Michael fits in all this?
I think Michael's on the boat. No. I think.
I mean, somehow he's getting his hat in the whatever.
Yeah. I don't really know unless Michael comes back, unless he's unless somehow he's with the rescue guys, even though there might not be rescue. I don't really know how he fits in at all. Like I said before when we heard he was coming back, I don't know what they're gonna do with him. And like I said, it doesn't make sense to bring him back without Walt, and it seems like Walt's coming back in some form.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes sense, but otherwise, I don't know. I don't see him on the island. I don't know what he's gonna do on the island.
Walt pretty much needs to be in flash forwards, as old as he is.
He really does. And, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, if they show him on the island and show him in flash forwards, that's going to be weird. Because you really know, it's like he should look older now.
Yeah.
They need to keep him in one or the other, I think.
Yeah, that would be.
And I really don't think there's a lot for him to do in the flash forward. I mean, I wouldn't imagine that there would be. I mean, what's he going to do? Especially when, by the point that potentially Michael's dead.
Right, yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's the thing, the fact that he was dead and that was a big deal. I feel like he gets in there somehow.
You think maybe he's trying, oh God, maybe it's
oh no.
Oh man, maybe it's one of those future things where Walt knows his dad's going to die in the future, which is what Jack saw. And and now he comes to Locke to try to help Locke not get into to try to stop the future.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ew,
Wouldn't that be bad?
Please no.
Yeah, that'd be
bad. See, that's the thing. I'm just the way my tastes are. I prefer. If they're gonna fuck around with stuff like this, I prefer it to be real.
Really matter, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it should really matter too.
I want that stuff to really happen, even if they resolve it later. I don't want them to get out and from under it and say, well, that was just a possible future, and we're gonna do this, and that's gonna change things.
Yeah.
That will be extremely disappointing to me if they go down that road.
Yeah.
But they could. It doesn't mean they won't do that. Just because I don't want him to.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know where Michael fits in. Do you have any ideas?
I thought maybe you might have one of your patented off-the-cuff theories. But,
I think I'll have more when they show him. I just don't even know the circumstances of how he comes back, or even his relationship to the show in general.
Yeah.
Because he could just be in all flash forwards.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we have no frame of reference at all. I don't know. I don't know. We've had less to work with before, so
yeah.
You never know. Yeah, no, I don't really have a theory. I mean, your idea, whatever. I feel like if they show him on the island, Walt won't be with him for some reason that might.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think he'll. I don't think he'll really be with him either, because that's no point. But I think he'll be looking for him or something, or.
Yeah, maybe
Walt transports himself back to the island or something.
Yeah.
Maybe he's I forgot Vincent, and he comes back for Vincent.
Which
maybe that's why they decided.
Was bothered by.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they were hey, he wouldn't, let's leave Vincent here and he can come back for it.
Yeah. Maybe he did.
I don't know. Vincent boy, yay!
God.
And then you can go, this is not Vincent.
Yeah. This isn't Vincent number 1, 2, or 3.
no. This isn't even a boy dog. All right, so anything else we need to talk about? Who are the six?
Who are the Oceanic Six? Oh, and I also want to talk about, the related thing of, what's your current theory for what's going on here? I guess I'm sticking with something like, the six of them get rescued. They have to say that the other people are dead. I have no idea why they have to say that.
Well, I have an idea about that.
Okay, what do you got?
Well, my idea is very simple, is that they don't have to say that. They chose to say that because the others who stay, I was thinking the others who stay behind want to stay behind. So they don't want anyone to come looking for them, so they all agree that they will, not say anything.
Okay, and why does the island want them back?
Huh?
And why does the island want them back?
Because no one was supposed to leave.
Because no one was supposed to leave. Okay.
Yeah, it wants them to come back, and it's not going to rest till they do, I guess. I mean, I don't know why, though.
So they're lying in a good way.
It could be. I would imagine that they're lying in a good way. I can't really imagine
I think they were lying in a bad way.
Yeah, and that's what they want you to assume, but I kind of just figure it could be a good way, too. Depending on how they leave. It's all depending on how they get off. If it's some sinister thing, how they get off, then maybe they're lying for a bad reason. But if it's like no one else wants to go, which I can see a lot of them wanting to stay. I mean, and potentially depending on who gets off, because I think Sun needs to get off.
I feel like more than 6 ought to want to leave.
Yeah, I feel like more than 6 should want to, but I think I could see a lot of them wanting to stay.
I think. Well, who do you think? I mean, for me, I think Locke wants to stay, and
I think Bernard and Rose could stay.
Bernard and Rose want to stay.
I think Sun and Jen could stay if there was a way where she wouldn't die. I think they would stay.
Yeah.
Only in terms of their relationship is better, not in the real world.
Yeah, they're away from her father, and they don't have to deal with all that drama of him working.
They don't have to go back to that whole thing. Yeah. Because he wouldn't want to go back to that.
No, and like Jen got threatened a long time ago. Jen got threatened at the airport by one of the guys. Like,
yeah.
Because they were gonna like try to make a break for it, I guess, and
and
he's like, whatever, you can't, you
deliver those watches.
Yeah, you got to deliver those watches. And, yeah, don't try to run away or whatever. So, this is an effective way to run away. If she doesn't have to worry about her baby dying, if somehow that's not an issue, I agree.
It could be like, okay, we overreacted. They don't all die. Sorry, I misspoke. The royal all.
Yeah.
So, and I think Sawyer could stay. I think he would most likely leave if it was easy and convenient. But I think he too is enjoying the solace that island life provides.
That's the thing. Some of their lives weren't that great.
Yeah. They're not going back to like working at a normal job or like regular middle American life or anything like that. Like they've got crazy stuff going on, most of them.
That's true, and there's a little problem with Kate as far as her fugitive status and how she dealt with that. If she's a celebrity, I would think someone would want to hold her responsible. Even though the marshal's dead, I know he seemed to be the only one.
Well, she had a fake ID, didn't she? Have some sort of fake ID.
Yeah, I don't think she completed it though. I think they just like caught her trying to do it.
Yeah.
I don't think she actually like did it, but I guess they could say that she did it off screen or whatever. But
and no matter what, all she has to do is say she's one of the dead people, and it's and the only problem is is if that dead person has family who's looking for them.
Yeah.
But if she says like someone who maybe they knew didn't have any relatives, then she could just be that person. Because they can't expect her to have any, sort of proof of who she is.
Yeah. But well, yeah, I feel like that's rough. But okay, so she's just doing an alias thing.
Yeah, I mean it is a little bit rough. It's because they could find out who she really is if they tried.
Yeah,
fairly easy.
If they're celebrities, I feel like people would be interested.
And here's the thing about the celebrity thing. Maybe people know of the Oceanic Six, but don't really. They may not really know who those people are. Which is why maybe Hurley said, "Don't you know who I am?" Like he's trying to say who he is.
Mhm.
But like maybe they didn't really release all the names or something. I don't know. I mean, they probably did, but I'm just saying. Maybe people know that 6 people survived, but you don't really know who they are.
Okay. Well, some people. Jack mentions like signing autographs. Some people know who they are.
Oh, that's right. Well, then throw that theory out the window.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot he said that. So they are celebrities then. Okay.
Yeah, that's what's weird about it, because from the finale, I pictured a cover up and nobody knew really.
Mm-hmm. They seem very underground.
Yeah, but if everybody knows, then it's weird because it's like they're a cover up, but they're like way out in the open.
Which is the best cover up, I think, right?
I guess so.
What do they say about like? There's something probably. Probably Sherlock Holmes said about leaving your valuables out in the open or something. I'll never get stolen.
Hiding
you know what I mean? Like,
sight.
Yeah, hiding in plain sight kind of thing.
Yeah. No one would ever expect whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Fair enough. So, so who are your theories about who the six are?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think Jack is one of them.
Me too.
And Kate and Hurley. That's all I can guess.
I'm pretty much 100% sure Jack's one of them because he mentioned
100? 100?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm kidding, right?
Oh no.
I was joking.
Okay.
Of course, those 3 are the 6.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a joke.
All right.
I named the ones that should be the 6.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know. I thought you were suggesting I shouldn't be that sure or whatever, but I didn't say almost because I guess there's a chance they could do a weird thing, but
yeah.
He's like I don't know. There's the Oceanic Six and then there's Jack.
Yeah.
He stands alone. I don't know.
He stands alone. No. No, Jack, Kate, and Hurley
Jack, Kate, and Hurley
3
seem to be nailed down.
Yeah.
Sure things.
The next spot, and see, I think if it is Michael in the coffin, I don't think he necessarily has to be one of the 6. He could be. I find it more implausible that he is, though.
If he was a celebrity, his funeral was pretty sad.
Yeah, right.
With 0 visitors.
And his obituary did mention Oceanic 6. I don't know if they thought of this before.
And it was a different name too.
It was a different name, yeah.
Which
that's
is
maybe an alias thing. Because he still might have to account for killing people.
Yeah.
Depending on, whether or not depending on how he gets rescued or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, that may or may not be a problem, but he has great potential not to be one of the 6. I think.
Yeah, I think he might not be one of the 6. I would want to next put Sun on the list, unless they resolve her pregnancy thing. But
Sun with no Jen?
See, that's the thing. If you say Sun, I want to say Jen.
But then that's like 2 places.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's 2 spots, and I don't want Sun and Jen to take up 2 spots.
Yeah, like that's a lot. It needs to be Sun and Jen 1 spot.
And again, I'll qualify this by saying it all depends on how they get rescued, because if it's a limited number of spots thing, or is it who wants to go thing? Because it could be they only have 6 spots, and Jen is like, well, you need to go, Sun, for the baby.
Yeah.
I'll whatever happens, I'll get off or whatever, or, I
could totally see him doing that.
I think there's a little conflict in my mind between him telling Sun to go with the idea being they're all going to lie and say that they're dead. The people on the island are dead.
I agree. That fits in better. But then I mean, I don't see Sun going knowing that we're going to lie and say they're all dead.
But I don't see her staying knowing her baby's going to die and she's going to die. Jin wouldn't let her stay. That's the thing. I agree. I wouldn't see her wanting to go, but I don't see Jin letting her stay knowing that she too is going to die. You know, so it could be that he leaves the ideas that they're going to get help, but something happens, you know, from the trip to getting rescued where they decide to say that, or maybe Sun doesn't even know, or she like something happens to her, or you know, or she's not even on the rescue. So I think they can easily come up with some solution. Well, not easily, but I think they can have Sun stay and have the baby okay.
Yeah, they could do
or, that. What am I thinking? Or Sun doesn't even have the baby for a while, so maybe if Jack and them come back soon enough, she can get off when they come back or something.
Well, it's going to be years, so.
Oh, that's right.
By the time they come back, the baby
she'll still be pregnant.
Yeah.
See, on the island, pregnancy lasts 4 years.
Oh God.
Okay, no,
miserable.
That's not right. That won't work. I don't know. Sun's a tricky one.
Sun is a tricky one.
Next,
the other like weird cases are people like Desmond and Juliet, who I think absolutely want to leave, but they shouldn't be part of the Oceanic Six. Neither one of them being on the plane.
Yeah, they would have a lot of explaining to do.
I mean, Desmond can explain how he got there, legitimately.
Yeah.
I don't know what Juliet would do, but
that's the thing. Like, it seems like they don't want to even bring up the question about life on the island, and particularly I don't think they want to talk about the others and all the crazy stuff they saw. So for Desmond to show himself and be like, yeah, I crashed there, you know, however many years ago, and then it's like, well, what were you doing all that time? You know, he'd have to talk about that. How did you survive all that time? What did you do? Were you by yourself? Were you, you know, whatever?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would imagine that would happen, but
that could be.
So I don't know. I don't know how honest he'd want to be.
But I mean, even if he did leave and made up some story to cover, you know, I don't see him being called Oceanic Six.
Yeah.
Or Juliet.
Yeah. Unless they say they were on the plane and they say there's someone else.
Yeah.
They pull a Kate.
I guess they could always do that. That would be crazy if they had 3 alias people.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't think Juliet or Desmond is one of them. I think it's got to be one of the Losties, one of the actual plane crash survivors.
Okay. Oh well, yeah. I mean, I agree. God, I said like I don't believe it. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Like okay, you want to believe that?
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so Sun is a possibility.
I think Sun is possible. Who else is there?
Claire, I think, is a possibility.
Yeah, it's a boring possibility.
Especially
but
because she's supposed to get on a helicopter.
Yeah, which makes me think, which is why there's only 6 people rescued.
Yeah, it could be. That would be plausible. I imagine like a boat and like, we can't take one more, like whatever.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. The boat won't be able to get close to the island, and the only transportation to the boat is a helicopter.
Yeah,
which I don't know if it can even. Oh, you know what they're fucking gonna do? They're gonna land it at the mini island at the runway.
Oh no, they won't.
I bet you they're gonna land the helicopter on the mini island.
No, they won't.
And that's how. And then they'll take a boat over to the mini island, and that's how they'll get rescued. Because they can't land the boat. They can't land the helicopter in the jungle.
Does that mean the others know that who they are and like?
No, but I can see.
The situation.
Yeah, I can see them taking advantage of the situation and it being the reason that they built it in the first place. You know, from the writer's perspective.
The reason the writers built it, not the reason the others.
Yeah, the reason the writers built it.
Okay. Yeah,
because I need them to use. They should use that.
They really should if they're going to bring it up. But
yeah.
hey, I'm stuck in 2008 Justin mode here.
So I don't know. I can imagine that happening.
Giggle about it, and that's seemed like the end of that.
Giggle, giggle.
It's for the aliens. Tee hee hee.
Tee hee hee. I'm so funny.
Yeah, they could very well do that.
You should watch that again when the helicopter's flying, because to me it looks like it's really, really erratic. It's like going all over the place.
I was just glad they got an actual helicopter. I was probably too excited.
Yeah, it looks like CG, but it's nice to see something.
It does look like CG, but it's better than a plop in the water.
Yeah. But see, I think it's going to be the same thing. Like, that's why that helicopter crashed. It just loses control with whatever interference from the island.
Yeah.
And this one, he did, the same thing. He parachuted before it crashes, or maybe they'll get control of it and it won't crash. Because I don't think they have that many helicopters.
Yeah.
Hanging around. But I'd be surprised if he didn't say something about.
Yeah, you're right. It's
kind
of flopping around.
Yeah, I mean, it's really pretty erratic.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really notice. I was looking at the parachuter and I just kind of averted my eyes from the. But yeah, it was flopping around, which it should. I mean, whatever happened with Naomi. I mean, that was a few days ago. It shouldn't have changed.
Yeah, unless it was the signal from the whatever. Which it
yeah. That's true. That did happen. Unless somehow the looking glass was doing that.
Yeah.
Which, whatever. That's still up in
I don't think so.
But I don't think so either. It certainly doesn't appear so.
So who else could it be? I'm thinking.
Yeah. So Claire.
Trying to look at
Claire's on my short list. I know it's boring, but I think she has a good shot.
What about Saeed?
I could see.
He's got to go find Nadia.
No, fucking not. God. Yeah, he does.
I mean, I'm looking at the cast list here, and it's like there's not that many people.
If he didn't have Nadia, I could easily see him stand on the island.
Yeah. There's nothing for me here, Jack. I
yeah.
leave.
He really doesn't. Besides Nadia, he really doesn't have much to go home to.
No. Except that it's home.
Much like Sawyer, I feel like they're just in a similar position.
Well, Sawyer's got a kid out there.
Oh, you're right. Sawyer's got a kid.
I don't think he knows, but
he knows. Cassie
does he know?
Him and told him.
Oh, that's right.
And every man for himself. Yeah. Yeah, so he knows. He gave her money.
He gave her money, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck, he's got an attachment. Man, okay.
Yeah.
I was ready to leave him behind. Well, obviously somebody's going to have to get left.
I mean, there's not that many people, really. I mean, if as long as there's no red shirts. I mean, unless it's some of the minor cast. Yeah.
Yeah, who is left?
But I mean,
who haven't we talked
the
about?
only people left is really I'm just looking at our new rock banner.
I wanted to look at that too. Yeah, we've talked about all these people.
Well, yeah, I mean, 6 is half of them, so.
Yeah, it is.
So as long as it's no minor people or red shirts, then it could be. Then I would go with. Okay, of course, Jack, Kate, and Hurley, and then you could do Claire, Jen, and Son.
Yeah.
And everyone. Yeah, I could see that.
I could see that too. That's a good working list.
Because Son's got the baby thing, Jen needs to go with her, and Claire, we get on a helicopter.
Yeah.
Could totally see that. Because Sawyer could stay. I don't think it's going to be any of the others.
If Jen doesn't go, it'll be Sawyer or Saeed.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's, pretty much the only viable other options. I think Desmond should really want to go, but I don't know why he wouldn't. but he just shouldn't be a part of that group. Could 6 of the Oceanic people make it and some other people? I mean, is that a possibility? It seems crazy.
It is possible that, of course, it all depends on how they get rescued, the circumstances, but maybe that's the 6 of them and there's a couple more people who don't want to be found, which you would think Kate, Well, maybe Kate.
Oh, shit. This is one of our, now becoming commonplace dropouts of the cell phone, and so this is always crazy. You know what I'm gonna do from now on, guys? When I'm preparing for the podcast, I'm going to select some material that I can use in the event of a dropout. Some go-to stuff to talk about, because I always get surprised by this situation. So that's next episode I'll have it ready. Don't.
So what was I saying?
All right. Woo.
Did you have to vamp?
Hmm.
You have to vamp?
Yeah. I was telling them that next time I'm gonna have something ready for that time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I should do from now on. Get something ready in the event of a dropout.
Like a newscaster.
Yeah.
Cut the Bob on the scene. Go.
Because my normal mode depends on conversation, and when I get by myself, I'm like, oh shit.
You should have a question. You should have a philosophical question to ask and ponder.
Yeah. That's. I want to do something like that. That's. I said next episode I'd have that.
All right.
And I will. I mean it.
Okay. So what were we talking about? Something with who's getting off?
Oh, I also want to tell our hardcore fans something, just for fun.
All right.
In the finale podcast, we had talked a little bit about doing some kind of trivia contest. I guess we did that before.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's something that I say in that finale podcast that was going to be the clue.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I just worked it in there. It feels out of place. You ought to notice it if you're paying attention, but I don't know.
we were gonna.
What?
We were gonna do another trivia contest, right?
Yeah, that was the plan.
And then so Justin says something in that 13-hour podcast.
Yeah.
Which would be the question?
Yeah.
And, well, what's the question? What did you say?
Yeah, I think that was pretty much going to be it.
That's kind of vague.
I think somehow we were gonna specifically sort of describe what kind of thing it was.
Yeah, because I don't even remember.
It was basically a famous quote that I read.
That's right.
Just out of the blue.
Yeah, I remember that. So if anyone knows what that is, what are you offering them?
Yeah, I'd be curious if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
Well, we'll do a podcast treasure hunt, and we'll put a post on it on the forum.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And maybe people can post their ideas what they think it is.
Because that's a tough one to find. You gotta really care.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. It's a needle in a haystack.
It really is. It really is. But yeah, I don't even remember if it's in part 1 or part 2. But it's in there somewhere.
It's in there somewhere. Good luck, guys.
Yeah. If you really want to know, I'll tell you eventually. But for now, it'll be just a thing.
Like Lost.
Yes.
It'll be a mystery until we give you the simple answer.
That's right.
Okay, so I like that. So we were talking about other people besides the Oceanic 6.
Yes.
I was going to say that if that's true, if there's anyone else that gets off besides just 6 of survivors from the plane crash, then wouldn't Kate want to transition to be one of those people and not one of the ones that she's going to have to get an alibi for?
Yeah, you would think so.
Unless she was. We don't really know she's one of the 6.
That's true.
We just know she was off.
It's possible that she wasn't one of the 6 and that there are 4 slots. But too many of them can't get off, or it's like, why is it a big deal? You know, if like, you know, if 10 out of the 12 people on that thing get off, like, you know, it doesn't really matter. Like, why is it so horrible?
Well, because the island wants them to come back.
Because the island wants them to come back. Yeah, I guess that could be the whole thing. But I assumed like there were people on the island who didn't want to be left behind. But it might not be true. We really don't know.
Yeah, they could go either way.
We really don't know. But I think it's a good guess. It seems like a waste to give away 2 slots to Sun and Jin. No offense.
I think it's okay. Now that I look at like I said, if it's none of the minor cast or red shirts, I think it's okay to give them 2 because there's there's not that many people left.
That's true.
There's really the only toss up. The only people to get Jin's spot is Sawyer or Saeed, really.
Yeah.
And I can see them both staying.
I can too. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they both have reasons to go back, but they're sort of.
I mean, Sawyer already sided with Locke.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think staying at the barracks is not a bad idea. Now that the others are, like, dead and, like, the other group of them are, like, wherever they are, like, they've got the whole barracks to themselves now.
Totally, yeah. It's a good place to go. I mean,
which is a good place, which I would be surprised if we didn't see Lost from that perspective for a while.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Once they all move to the barracks. After this whole commotion, they'll move to the barracks, and it'll be barracks life. And
yeah, and we talked about that a while ago. That was that was one of the theories a while ago that somehow somehow the Losties would win and the others would get kicked out. Yeah.
And they would just take over.
And they get to move in. And like the others, I mean, their militant group is gone.
Yeah, exactly. And the people who are left could come back and live with the Losties peacefully, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about Ben, but
well, except for Ben.
But many of them, I agree.
And depending though, because I don't even know what's up with Alpert if we ever see him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite sure we won't see him in this run of episodes, but I believe we will see him at some point.
But it's like I don't see him just like giving up the whole whatever he's about, with Jacob or.
Yeah, which we don't really know. A whole season of the others, and we still don't know what they're about.
Yeah, really.
It was just like a whole season with the Hatch, and we never really.
It's like we know what. Yeah, it's like we know what they're not about.
Yeah.
We know what they're not, but we don't know what they are.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, they like telling us what stuff isn't. But like, I don't know. It seems like a whole season should have told us everything we need to know, but. It really just left a lot of stuff.
And might have the mighty have fallen, like with Ben, like being traipsed around, like in handcuffs, like it's just like he's their prisoner now, their lowly prisoner.
Yeah.
And it's like now, and this makes me feel like him getting trapped in the net isn't that big a deal anymore, because he's caught now by them, like he, even though he was the leader, it just like he's easily trapped. He's defeatable,
Yeah, and they're pretty much back to more or less where they were when they had him. With a little detour of a season, and like now they've got him captured and they know who he is.
Yeah. Maybe.
And he's not like.
Little do they know he's Naomi's sister.
He can't just sit around and say stuff anymore. Like
no, he can't. He
can't pull his old bullshit games, because like they know what he's about now.
Yeah, I mean, even the stuff he did in this episode was pretty petty. Like, I didn't tell you because you beat me up. Like, that's all he's got now. He can like withhold like petty information. Like.
Yeah, that's all he has to like hold on to.
You think he would like? I mean, obviously he has a plan. I mean, but like, you think he, if he didn't have a plan, he'd be like, "Save me, Jacob," or like, something. But we'll see what he wants to do. I mean, do you really believe him when he says, everyone's gonna die, whatever?
I mean, it's weird because they all left there anyway. that location by the radio tower that he was trying to get Alex away from. I mean, they didn't even stay there. No one died. Except Naomi.
Yeah, well, I think he means away from where those people are going to be.
I assumed he meant like that place, but yeah, okay, fair enough. He could.
Yeah, I think he meant and I think he felt good when they split up and he was going back to the barracks.
Mhm. Yeah, he's going the way he should according to his story about things.
Here's a scene I can see. I can see them getting to the barracks and like Locke wants to activate the security thing and Ben won't tell him. But then like Juliet tells him. Like she comes and does it.
Yeah. She's not going to be there at first, but
oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot she went with Jack.
She's gonna stick with Jack for now.
I'm sticking with you, Jack, because I want to go home.
That's the thing. She wants to go home, man. They just there aren't that many people that just don't want to go home at all.
No, there's not. I think if it was easy, most of them would go home.
Yeah. I guess it's not going to be easy.
I don't think it's going to be easy.
And they have that in that A15 thing, she was like, some will leave and some won't. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
That seems
which we kind of knew that, but.
Yeah, we did, but that seems to suggest to me that, like, maybe that's going to happen.
Yeah, you mean this season?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I agree too. That's what it made me think. It's because they, it seems like they're doing that stuff to build, specifically for this season. So.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if a lot of those things in the mobisodes, the stuff that wasn't particularly for the past stuff, I think we'll see some of that stuff this season. I'm ready for more Christian Shepherd. I want to figure out what's going on there. And I always like the actor, so I'm glad they're dealing with him.
Yeah, no, he is really good. He saved some of those flashbacks from being crappy.
Yeah.
I think, and that was just the boring version of his character.
Yeah, he wasn't even supernatural yet.
Yeah, he was just like regular alcoholic guy.
I know.
But
Drunky McDrunk.
Yeah, right. But yeah, no, I'm anxious to see what.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Drunky McDrunk.
Yeah, please. show the proper respect.
All right, before he gets his license taken away.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess he fucked that up, didn't he?
Are you still a doctor? I mean, as long as he's got his degree, right? Is he still a doctor? I mean, you still call him doctor, right?
Yeah, I think you're still called a doctor, but you just can't practice.
Can't practice.
Legally. I think, although I don't really know. I don't know what the rules are. I'm not a doctor.
Well, you should become a doctor and let me know what the rule is.
Okay. They only tell you once you're a doctor.
Wow, it's secret information.
Yeah. No, but I'm curious what's going on with him too, and I hope, against hope, that that the fact that we've seen him already bodes well for development on that front.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty crazy that the very beginning of the episode, the season, we see
the fact that they got that actor just to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's that seems like a lot. For one shot.
Is he just on the? He's not in the main credits, right? Just guest starring.
He's in the guest star credits. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So I don't think he's going to be like a main character, but
he's got work to do.
God, he's got work to do. God.
So yeah, and then Walt said that too.
Yeah.
You gotta work. You gotta make up that bed. What was that line about? Make up the mess. Clean up the mess you made.
Clean up your mess, John.
Clean up your mess. Aww.
Yeah. He's gotta clean up his mess. God, it's awful.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with people appearing in smoke. Because the whole thing was when Locke had the vision. We talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
The visions and. Teresa falls up the stairs. Teresa falls down.
Yeah, still don't understand that.
Yeah.
like, the sacrifice the island demanded, but,
but sent him off his path that the island wanted him on.
Yeah. And I'm going to send a dream to Echo that makes him push the button and makes you want to not do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just, I don't know. That whole thing is weird and crazy.
Just like we like our Lost.
I guess so.
All right. So, anything else to talk about? I wish I knew how long this podcast was.
Yeah, Walt was like, I can't feel my legs or whatever, and Walt's like, yes, you can.
Yeah, and you wonder, like, does that mean he really can and he's just being stupid, or he can now that he said he can?
Yeah,
Did he give him the power to do that, Like,
yeah, it seems like it could go either way with Locke. And I just, I still don't feel like...
I don't really trust Locke, but I think I believe him, or since I believe the writers when he says everything I did was for your own benefit. Because I can see them doing that, where we'll find out that he had a reason to do everything he did. It just looked like he was like idly blowing stuff up, but like it'll be a reason why,
Yeah, they like that. I mean, that's what they did with the others.
Mm-hmm.
So, or tried to do. Intimated that they were doing. It came off weird, but yeah, I could see that, and I think he believes that.
He definitely believes it, and I hope it's true.
Yeah, it may or may not be true. I mean, Hurley saying, "I'm sorry, I went with Locke."
Yeah.
And the fact that he gets off, and he's with Locke. Initially, like there's some shakeup in there that we're missing. I
mean, you don't think there's like 2 rescue attempts, do you?
I hope not. Those
That'd
get
be weird.
old, but I guess it's possible. And there's also a gap that maybe we could speculate on for half a second between the ending of Hurley's flash forward and Jack, where we picked up with him in the finale.
Mm-hmm.
What turned him into that?
Into the drunkard again?
Into the drunkard who's like about to kill himself and wants to go back desperately. From in this one saying we're never going back.
To me, it seems like there's going to be some sort of guilt about what happened, building up. I think it's going to be precipitated. I think it's precipitated by what we saw when Hurley told him basically what's going on there. But yeah, I think there's some more to that.
And it's weird because that last scene with Kate in the finale is kind of similar in content to the scene with Hurley and Jack in this one, with Jack being Kate and Hurley being Jack.
Yeah, definitely.
And Kate's the one in the finale who's like, whatever.
Yeah, and I'm sure she'll be convinced at some point.
Yeah, and then are they all gonna like go down that road like together? Like they're all like,
yeah, I'll go back
on their path to like being desperate to go back. Or
I don't think they'll all be desperate to go back like Jack was desperate to go back, but I think they'll all realize going back is the right thing to do in some way, and they'll each interpret it in their own way.
Mm-hmm.
Because Hurley's getting these visions from Charlie about going back, and this idea of the island wanting to bring him back, and Jack's whole thing seems a bit different.
Yeah.
And I think, and hopefully, Kate won't need much convincing, like, at a certain point. Because I don't know if they have enough time to, like, really deal with months and months and months of the same kind of thing with her,
Yeah. Yeah. It would get old after a while.
Because that should be the end of them deciding to go back. Like, that should pretty much be the end of that story, is when when Jack comes to Kate.
Once Jack's on board,
then the story changes into them
Yeah.
It becomes more about them going back than deciding to go back.
Yeah. I agree. That makes sense.
So he's got to get Kate on board at some point, and hopefully Jack was the last one who needed convincing.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot going on. This season, I wouldn't have expected this. If you asked me in season 2, what would season 4 be like?
No. I was looking for a much more down to earth episode than what.
Yeah, I really was hoping season 4 would be about the history of the island more. And it could be, because they're still talking about Jacob, and we're seeing Christian more, so it could still be getting into that.
And I think the boat people might be tied into that, too, in some way.
Yeah.
Like, they might be interested in something to do with the island.
Yeah, maybe they're treasure hunters looking for the Black Rock.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that sounds boring.
See, I think that might be true.
Yeah, it's boring enough to be true.
Because, I don't know. It could be something like that. And as boring as that is, like, it might lead to something interesting.
Yeah.
But I have to say that, I don't think that this didn't have a shocker like the season 2 premiere or the season 3 premiere. We were already like prepared for a flash forward. Like that wasn't shocking anymore. Mm-hmm. And there weren't any, there weren't any like huge reveals the way they did, in season 2 and 3. But I do think as far as like content and moving the story, like I think this one went farther than either of those did. Mm-hmm. Like it didn't have reveals, but I think it was richer.
Well, and I think those two things go together. I think the fact they could do more because it wasn't about one big reveal.
Yeah.
I think I think those things are connected.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it becomes like all about that. Like that's that's the big thing. But yeah, it's although it wasn't what I was expecting, I think it's good so far. I'm happy about it.
I was happy about it. It was the kind of episode that it's a lot of plot going on, a lot of setting up for stuff, but it works. Yeah,
it's putting season 4 on a path to be pretty different from season 3.
Yeah.
Which was a weird season.
Definitely.
Having just watched it.
I don't know if that guy who parachutes is Mikowski or not. I assumed it was, but I guess it could be somebody else.
Mikowski just like, from his voice, I pictured somebody who looks like Kelvin.
Yeah, I didn't picture that guy, but, I was thinking, when they had their voice, they didn't necessarily have the actor for the...
that's
that
true.
thing, so...
That's true. I don't think they did, but...
I would doubt they did.
But I'm just gonna go out on a limb and guess that's not him.
It's not him?
Yeah. Just for now. We'll probably find out next week.
What if at some point when they got the call from Minkowski, it wasn't really Minkowski? Like, what if Widmore and his people came and killed everyone in the freighter, and is now pretending to be Naomi's team?
Oh dear.
You like that crazy theory? I figured I needed a crazy theory.
Yikes. So who were the original people?
Maybe they were Penny's people.
Okay,
that makes sense.
It was Penny's boat theory. Oh, man.
No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know who they were. They could be anybody. They could be whoever they are now, almost. Doesn't really matter. Because I don't know. Yeah. But I just thought it's a good, if they want some subterfuge, it's good to, here's this guy who we've been talking to who just parachuted in, or from this team, but no, this is a good place for a switcheroo,
Mhm.
someone who knew what was going on, you know, with what they were planning.
Minkowski was talking to him, but like he's dead now.
Mm-hmm.
Like this just happened then, because he was talking in this episode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I gotta go back and listen to the audio. I mean, I don't think they would switch audio on us like that, but there was that scene where I thought Minkowski sounded different.
Oh, you said the Kate scene, right?
The Kate scene, yeah. I gotta go listen. I don't really think they would do that. That's such a small, you know, it's such a small thing.
It is, yeah.
They'd be like, but listen, he was not on the thing, and like.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's true for now. I think the ship's stable. There's a question about who they are, but.
Yeah.
And maybe like some of them think they're really there to get Desmond. Maybe they don't all know what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely.
You know? Like maybe Naomi really believed it. And she wasn't necessarily lying.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Naomi.
Who I really was surprised she was alive. Like,
you know, when they showed that shot, like when I think Jack and Kate, or I don't know what they're talking about, but that shot with Ben in the background, and Naomi in the foreground with the knife in her back, I'm like, wow, they showed this again? Like, we know she's dead, but that scene is just setting up for when she disappears, the next scene.
Totally, yeah.
You know? Because it's like, okay, hey guys, here, audience, here she is dead, all right? Okay, now remember that. And then, like, the next scene, she's gone, so you're like, okay, what happened?
Yeah.
I should have caught on to that, but I'm like, all right, we get it, she's dead.
Yeah.
And then then that scene, oh, go ahead.
I just said they had to reestablish.
Yeah, and in that scene, like, when Jack hugs Kate and takes his walkie, like, when you watch that again, you can see Ben in the background watching.
Totally.
And, like, reacting to the fact that she took it. And you don't see her with it when she walks away, but she's got something in her hand she's hiding.
Yeah, she's got her hand, like, in front of her, and you can't.
Yeah, and Ben can totally see what she's holding, so he knows.
Yeah.
You know, I'm surprised they went through the trouble of actually filming that correctly.
Yeah.
They're not just being like, oh, Ben saw it at some point or something.
Right, yeah. Yeah, when stuff like that happens, you usually can't tell how they could possibly have pulled that off. Like, you know, it doesn't look like there was a chance for them to do it. Yeah,
it makes sense because, like, you know, he basically told her not to do it, and then you see her think for a second, and she hugs him out of nowhere. You know, and it seems like it's the emotion of it, but it's like, yeah, she's hugging him so she can steal the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. But I guess, like, in my mind, Naomi's been dead for months. So, you know, she's not supposed to get up now.
Yeah, and I feel like at the very least she's been there for a little bit. Like, you know, you'd think she would have, you know, someone would have heard her breathing or, like, you know, choking on her own blood or something if she was still alive. But she just crawls away, and no one but Ben sees her crawling away, probably writhing in pain.
Yeah.
Whatever, Lost. I'll believe whatever you tell me, I guess.
Yeah. She and she makes a fake trail, and
I can't believe she made a whole fake blood trail. Like, that means that she went in one direction and spilled her blood on purpose.
Yeah.
And then, like, stopped spilling it, went another direction, and then at some point, I guess when she climbed the tree, that's when Kate saw her blood. And that was a weird little scene when the blood started spilling on Kate. It was like this little horror scene.
Yeah, it was.
Because I'm like, it's obvious what's going on, Kate. Blood isn't just raining from the sky. You know, like obviously something's bleeding above you. You should look up.
Yeah.
And she fell at her from a tree.
Yeah.
Wow, man, that's so insane. I can't believe Naomi's hardcore, man.
She is, yeah.
She's really hardcore.
Yeah. But she surprised me. She sort of maintained the story, and she said what she should have said if they weren't lying. You know?
Yeah, and that's what worries me. Because I feel like if they weren't there for really big, sinister things, then she could have easily said, they tried to kill me, blah, 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 just warn her people. Because if her people are really, if her people are really just rescuers who really don't have any, military or, fighting skills or anything like that, because they're not there for a sinister reason, then I feel like she would really want to warn her people that, at least just to say one of them did this. They claim that they're not with this guy or he did it on his own, but, I feel like she would want to warn her people. But the fact that she covered, but then, to me, gave a code is what I would expect, because because this way is the same thing Saeed wanted. It doesn't alert your enemy. You know what I mean? So now Kate doesn't know that she told them that, and so they think it's okay. But Minkowski and his team, if that was a code, can come into the situation knowing something's up, and now they have the upper hand. So that's what I would expect her to do if she is being sinister, which is the same thing you expect her to do if she's not being sinister. And that's why it's interesting.
Okay, all right. Fair enough then. When she first descended, I thought we were gonna, I don't know, I thought she was gonna give herself away, but she really didn't. She made it where she could still be evil, but she might not be.
Yeah, she might not be. She just loves her sister, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like if these guys aren't bad in some way, I feel like they're not going to be bad in the way we think they're going to be bad.
Yeah, maybe.
But I feel like if they're not bad in some way, then what's the point?
Yeah, then they're really, I'll be pissed if they're not bad in anything.
Unless it's supposed to be an ironic thing where the Losties get suspicious and they foul it up and then realize too late that they screwed up.
Oh, God. Yeah.
And they only sent one parachuter this time. At least we only saw one.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They could have sent another if they think it's a trap or something going on, they could have had another parachuter, land before we saw this guy do it. So it could be somebody else out in the jungle.
Yeah.
Which is like something Saeed would think of. That was Saeed's idea when they were going to the FAMP. You guys go this way, I'll circle around in the boat.
Yeah.
So I expect them to do something like that. The writers,
they could do that. If they know something's up.
And Mikhail is around somewhere, dude.
Oh, God.
Mikhail. I keep saying Mikhail. Mikhail. Especially since the island is apparently healed, if he got a little wounded in the grenade blast, then maybe he could heal himself. I could totally see him floating ashore and being there for a bit and getting healed.
Yeah.
He survived worse, I think.
No,
maybe
he could be alive. I don't know. I think he's dead, but I guess we'll see. He just pops up again. See, now he's a militant other. Yeah,
that's the thing. I feel like he might help rescue Ben or something, and I don't know. It depends on what they want to do with Ben. I mean, he can't just be captive for a whole season.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with Ben anymore. Ben has lost his punch. He can't.
Yeah, he's got no people to do anything.
Yeah, he can't carry out his own plans. So, yeah, I don't know what he's going to do.
Well, I think his plan is going to involve Locke and other people, and he's going to manipulate his way into whatever he needs. But yeah, in general, he can't really just do whatever he wants anymore because he doesn't have any people.
He doesn't have a team to order around. So, he can manipulate, but, I mean,
That's really the death of that regime. He took down Dharma, and now the Losties took down him.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It didn't seem like that, in the finale. I at the time, I didn't think, wow, they defeated the others. But in retrospect, that's what they did.
Yeah, so far.
Because, a lot of them died.
Yeah.
All over the place.
They deserved it. Remember that whole thing about we were gonna identify with the others from their perspective?
Oh, God.
We still haven't gotten that yet.
No.
I think they tried to do that, but it still doesn't wash.
No. They tried to do that, but they never got around to the the bad stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they only really like show them being reasonable. Like we haven't seen them when they were doing the bad stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like just like the only stuff we've seen is the stuff that it was like, you know, whatever. You know, all the stuff that originally made us like, you know, worry about the others has just kind of been swept under the rug.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't really like, I don't know, deal with that, you know, enough. Now, why do they make lists and all
check
that
it twice.
stuff? It's all just, and we were supposed to identify with them, but like, it's hard to when they don't tell you anything.
Yeah.
To identify with.
I think we're supposed to have some sympathy about this baby thing.
I guess.
Like, oh, they were trying to do it, so there are people. It's like, but you know, two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, according to the flashback, the formation of the others, you know, as we know them now, is, you know, it's founded on, you know, just killing everybody.
The murder of a whole bunch of scientists.
Yeah, like, we don't really know what the story with that was. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
Oh, you know, I just realized that I guess any of the kids that were with Dharma during the purge, I guess they didn't kill the kids. I would imagine they took the kids with them, if there were kids.
Yeah, I guess so. That's the thing they didn't really show.
Yeah, they didn't really show. They just, you know, I just wouldn't imagine they would kill the kids.
They didn't show the kids dead, but they showed, like, I mean, everybody they showed was dead.
Yeah, everyone they showed, and it seemed like, you know.
Yeah.
The only way for them to get the kids would be to somehow organize, you know.
Yeah.
Kidnap them or something.
It seemed like everybody died who wasn't Ben or, you know, the hostiles.
Yeah.
But that scene was weird because they set up the whole thing with Annie, which
was like, why even go there with that?
Yeah, it was weird, and then they never say like what happened to her.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was weird.
Maybe Annie's Juliet. She forgot.
Yeah, I know. That's everybody's theory. Is like Annie is this character, and they forgot. Because they have to forget.
They have to forget. They have to forget.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. That was a weird thing.
Maybe Naomi's sister is Annie.
Yeah. We are supposed to sympathize, but it's like, you know what, guys? If you leave the island, you can have kids.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's only because you want to stay here for some weird reason.
Yeah,
that you're stuck
which
with
we
this problem.
don't know yet.
Yeah. And it's just, I don't know.
And that's the thing. In the Mobisode, Julia says, you know, we have a problem. Like they're all there because of some reason that Ben says, you know, like they have some sort of mission, you know? Like, okay, now we're in trouble because, you know, Ben is our leader and he's sick, but it's like, well, what does that mean? What's your mission? Why are you guys there, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I know why she's there, you know. She's there for fertility, but...
Yeah, but that's not the only thing they're about.
Yeah, exactly, but we don't really know what the other stuff is.
And that's I feel like we ought to know that after season 3.
I agree. We should know more about the other. But see, the only thing that makes me think it'll be okay is that we still got another group of others out there who are headed to the temple, which to me seems really important.
Yeah, that's true.
Seems like they're heading towards something. We're getting more, because that's heading towards most likely something about Jacob. We're getting more stuff about Jacob in general. So I think the last key and the big piece of what the other should be this season.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Because we introduced them in season 2. You know, well, we're in season 1 obviously, but like we got to see Ben, you know, and more of them, and then season 3 was, you know, a lot about them.
Yeah.
Hopefully the last big part will be this part.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. The Jacob thing is, I don't know if they can really explain all of that this season, but they could tell us more about what the others think about Jacob and what their relationship to him is.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it's really not clear at all. They talk about him, but I never really know. Like,
it's like, what do they think he is, basically? Like,
yeah.
What do they think their connection is?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
Exactly, yeah. They never really say that. They just, he's like, if Ben says Jacob, promised this, or Jacob said this, they're like, okay, but what do they think about Jacob? And like, is Jacob new? I mean, if Ben's your only source, what did you do before Ben? Like,
yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of stuff. How much of this can they get to, man? They're really
not enough, I'm sure.
Yeah. Some of it's gonna get left out probably, but
yeah, hopefully the stuff that has to do with Son and Claire.
Oh. Yeah, I think the whole thing. I'm ready, and whatever. If this isn't true, fine. But I'm ready to put to bed the whole thing with Aaron and the psychic and this baby is.
Oh, I'm so ready to put like anything about Aaron being special or whatever the whole thing was. Yeah, that seems to be dead.
Yeah, like. From
unless Walt came back for Aaron.
Oh God.
No.
I mean that's the thing. They could go back to it, but I mean, in the finale, it was like we're gonna get the pregnant women. They didn't even talk about getting Claire or the baby.
Yeah.
It made it clear that they were interested in her as a pregnant woman.
Yeah, they didn't really care about the baby.
Yeah.
We thought that had something to do with them taking Walt, but apparently, like, they would take kids, like they were interested in the pregnant women, and then they would take kids.
Yeah.
And so it just so happened one of the kids they took was special, but it had nothing to do with Aaron because he's just a regular baby.
Yeah. Yeah, it was things that seemed like they were connected.
Yeah.
But I think Walt and the kids are a separate project from the pregnant women thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they might be related. They might want kids because they can't have them.
Yeah.
But,
But they're not looking for kids and wanted a pregnant woman because she's going to have a kid.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
What they really want is to be able to make their own kids.
Yeah.
At least that's part of what they want. I mean, obviously they want more. They want to be able to make kids so they can do whatever else bullshit they're supposed to be doing there.
Yeah, which is we don't know.
Building
runways, I guess.
And
I would. Yeah, I was gonna say again. I'd really be surprised if they didn't make use of that runway at some point, because especially if they brought it up in the Mobisode. If they hadn't brought it back up, I'd be like, okay, it's not a big deal.
They brought it up in the Mobisode?
Or was it the deleted scene?
They brought it up in the deleted scene.
Oh, deleted scene, that's right. Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter as much. I was thinking it was a Mobisode.
No, luckily that wasn't a Mobisode.
All right, well, I don't know how long we've been podcasting because this thing doesn't say.
Yeah, we'll never know.
Probably 3.5 hours. I don't know. Did we start at 5? Oh, we started around 4. Something, right? So this will be maybe around 4 hours or something. Well, I think we covered a lot.
Yeah, we sure did.
So the next podcast will be next week.
That's right.
You guys don't have to wait long for the next Lost Lowdown.
8 weeks of consistent Lost Lowdown.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. So thank you guys for joining on the forum, tllld.net.
Oh, yeah.
We've gotten a bigger increase in members, and we want everyone else to go sign up and chat and, tell us what you think about everything.
Yeah. No, it's good. You can all talk amongst yourselves and
and to us sometimes.
And to us. We
if
can
we're
join
there
too, but but it's for talking to each other. It's much better than the comment section.
Yeah.
So the comments are good for one-off reactions and stuff, but discussions.
Now you can actually post a URL without having to
oh God, without
do
having
all
to
crazy
cut it
stuff.
off. That's really awful. Blogspot should be better than that.
Yes, especially since it's powered by Google.
You should be able to post a link and it appears a link and appear in full.
It should know when you have an HTTP that it's a link, and you should be able to click on it and
Yeah, that's just bad that it just cuts it off. Oh God. At the very least, it should show the rest of it. I can't believe it's that bad. So
it's that bad.
Old internet stuff.
All right, what else do we need to say here?
I don't know. I think that's it for now.
All right. Well, are we keeping our ending?
Oh, that ending. Yeah. I mean, what can we do? Can we change it at this point?
We can change. We can do whatever we want. We'd have a new ending every season.
I feel bad for breaking with tradition after this long.
Oh, but look at Lost. They break with tradition. I think it's fitting for the show.
All right, if we're not going to do that, what are we going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Something more because I feel like that's not really relevant anymore. The whole Dharma
totally
thing.
Not relevant anymore.
So something more like Oceanic 6 out, or something like some sort of relevant terminology.
Yeah. What is there?
How about that cool thing somebody said about something? Is that too vague?
I mean, what do they say anymore that could be used as a sign-off? That was just perfect. Hard to beat that.
You can say, we're never going back, and I'll say, never say never, dude.
Oh, God.
The end. It should be, you know what? It should be thanks and something, and then you can say, and then something, and what did you say, good luck? Is that your thing?
Yeah.
So we'll just change the namaste to something else, and we'll keep the format of the sign-off. That'll be better.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, but I don't know, because namaste is an actual sign,
It is, yeah.
You can't just fill in any word there.
No. No, you really can't.
All right, let's keep the original.
Okay.
Yeah, we're too crappy to come up with anything better than that.
Feel free to suggest something if you got something.
Yeah, sign-off suggestions, please.
But we'll go with this for now.
So yes, go to the forum, tllld.net. The website is thelostlowdown.blogspot.com, or I forgot we had our URLs, thelostlowdown or lostlowdown.com. And Frapper Map.
Oh,
although I think everyone who will join has joined.
It's never too late to join the Frapper Map.
It's never. Hey, there's a party at the Frapper Map, and you're invited. What else do we got?
We have a lot of people.
Email if you want us to read them and talk about them and never get back to you.
Yeah, we're
lostlowdown @gmail.com. No the.
That's right.
Because we're consistent that way.
Leave off the D for savings.
It's better for the email systems. Too many letters. Cool. All right, guys. Well, we'll be back next week. In the meantime, stay lost. No, I don't know.
Oh, no. Man.
Sorry, I felt like some sort of parting thing with there. All right, thanks.
That's Lostcast sign off.
Yeah, well, we won't steal other people's sign off. That's just bad.
I never liked it either. I just thought that was.
Yeah, it's too corny.
Stay lost. Shut up.
Stay lost. Get found.
Yeah.
All right, so we're ready to sign off here?
I think so.
Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.